Good evening, and welcome to the July 17th, 2019 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. At this time, I request that everyone please turn off or mute all electronic devices. Also, at this time, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Conditional use permit requests will be heard tonight, and once the commission makes a recommendation, the applications will be scheduled to be introduced at the Monday, August 12th, 2019 County Council meeting. Public comment will be taken tonight and at the County Council meeting on Monday, August 12, 2019. Public comment on conditional use permit applications will not be taken at any meeting of the County Council held thereafter. Applications for rezonings and final development plans will also be heard tonight, and once the Commission makes a recommendation, the applications will be scheduled to be introduced at the Monday, August 12, 2019 County Council meeting. The vote on preliminary plats is final unless the Commission recommends denial, in which case the preliminary plat would be brought before the County Council at the Monday, August 12, 2019 County Council meeting. The following documents are introduced as a matter of record for this evening's public hearing and regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Those documents are the Unified Development Ordinance of the St. Charles County, including zoning maps, and the year 2030 master plan for St. Charles County, which includes the year 2030 future land use plan map.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to make a motion that we advance the agenda to item 4. It's my belief that most of the crowd is here to talk about that particular item.
Okay. There's a motion to move item 4, which is the preliminary plat and final development plan for the Missouri Bluffs PUD located at 18 Research Park. Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
All in favor, sign aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we will move that to the top of the agenda. If anyone is here, let me get to, maybe find it. The private road dedication plat located east of Highway T. This is application number PRE 19-09. If anyone is here for that application, that has been requested to be continued to the next meeting. So, okay. How we conduct the meeting, I will read the application into the record. Then we will ask a report from our staff, at which time the commission may ask questions of staff. Then we will have the applicant come forward, present their application, answer any commission's questions that the commission may have. Once the applicant is concluded with their presentation, then we will open it to the public for a public hearing. If you're going to speak during the public hearing, there's the white cards here on the rail. We ask that you please fill out one of those and give to Ms. Weiss so we get your name correct in our minutes. I will advise everyone that once the public hearing is closed, we will take no further comments from the public. After the public hearing, we will ask the applicant to come back and to address any concerns that were brought about as a result of the public hearing or answer any questions that members of the commission may have. Okay, now let me get over here. So the first item on our agenda is preliminary plat and final development plan for the Missouri Bluffs PUD 18 Research Park Circle. The application is PRE 19-03. The owner is Whitaker Golf Incorporated, doing business as Missouri Bluffs Golf Joint Venture and the University of Missouri. The developer is NT Home Builders LLC. The engineer is Pickett, Ray & Silver. The property zoning is R1A, single-family residential district with floodway, fringe, and planned unit development overlay districts. Number of lots, 221 dwellings, which consist of 161 single-family dwellings and up to 80 attached dwellings. The parcel size is 386.52 acres. The location is south of the Missouri Research Park, west of Highway 64, and north of the Missouri River, near the city of Weldon Spring and the village of Weldon Spring Heights. This is located in Council District 2. Staff.
Again, this is a preliminary plat and final development plan for what's called the Missouri Bluffs. And the request tonight is specifically to recommend approval, amendment, or denial to the county council for the layout and lot design for the Missouri Bluff. The development, I would characterize it as a 386-acre residential and recreational development with the land conservation component. And in June 2018, the county council approved a concept plan and rezoning for the Missouri Bluffs plan unit development, such that all of this property is now zoned R1A, single-family residential, with the PUD overlay zoning district. And the PUD stands for plan unit development. So now the applicants have applied for more detailed final development plan and a preliminary plat, both concurrently. And again, this will go from this body to the county council with your recommendation. In the view of the county staff, what's before you tonight substantially conforms to the concept plan that was approved by the county council last year. You may be interested to know, or the audience may be interested to know, that what was presented to this body last year for your review for the concept plan, based on public feedback, was amended or changed before it got to the county council. And one example was, when this was first presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission, there was a loop road. So now that loop road has been pulled back, and so there's now 2 cul-de-sacs, and there's fewer lots and fewer homes being proposed. Specifically, the differences that I see between what's before you now and what was approved by the county council last year was that there's fewer dwellings shown here, down from 276 dwellings to 221 dwellings. They're also proposing to set aside 47 acres as publicly owned land, what they're characterizing as parkland, and that's all of Area H. And they're also expanding the non-disturbance easements around the edges of the development so that they're much deeper than they were before. And again, these are non-disturbance easements in order to help preserve the character of the borders of this property. You may also want to know that this is sort of a middle stage of this proposed development. Preliminary plat and final development plan. Should this be approved by the county council, the developers would still need to prepare subdivision improvement plans and a final plat. Those are more administrative, technical considerations that county staff would review. But again, that's not the end of the process. There's still more process beyond that. The composition of land uses for this project are essentially 200 acres recreational, which is the existing Missouri Bluffs Golf Course, 121 acres of single-family residential lots, 47 acres of public open space or parkland, 13 acres of attached housing up to 60 dwellings, and then a little less than 4 acres is an existing access road or trail down to the Duckett Creek sewage treatment plant, and also accommodates the Bush Greenway. The land conservation in this subdivision would be accomplished by 3 approaches, and we're really going to concentrate just on one of those approaches in this review tonight. But 1, low-impact design infrastructure. 2, restrictions on how future property owners could use and manage their land. And 3, public ownership and management of the majority of open spaces, including the golf course and the parkland. I would like to mention that as part of the preliminary plat, the applicants are requesting a number of variances from the subdivision regulations, and that is because you can see this as really an integrated package, if you want to call it that, where it's a conservation design that includes roads that in order to achieve less grading, the roads would be steeper in some places than would normally be allowed. They might have curves that are more curvy than normally allowed. The roads would be narrower instead of a 24-foot pavement, which we normally require. This would incorporate a 20-foot wide pavement. Homes would be set up closer to the street, and all of this would be in order to achieve less grading and ultimately for more conservation of land. In all, this development would disturb about 8% of those 380 some odd acres. And so in county staff's opinion, that's far ahead of a typical subdivision in terms of land conservation. So again, one of your tasks tonight will be to review the design of the preliminary plat and the subdivision in concert with the requested variances, and again, make your recommendation to the county council for approval with changes or denial. And I would say, just in concept, two things. One is that the subdivision regulations embed certain ideals with them about how streets should be designed, about how traffic should be moved. Traffic typically in subdivisions are designed so that the traffic will move at 20 miles an hour, 25, 30 miles an hour, sometimes 35 miles an hour. So in this case, in order to accommodate the design that would preserve more land, the design speed is lowered to 15 miles an hour. And so unless I understand it incorrectly, the engineers told me that would be 15 miles an hour throughout the subdivision. So that's one of the trade-offs here. With the lower design speed, they're able to design it with more flexibility in terms of preserving open space and preserving land with less grading. So that's one thing to know about. The other is that you may want to consider that there are certain trade-offs, that in return for grading less land and preserving more open space, some of these variances may lead to steeper streets, for instance, or narrower streets. And you may want to think about that trade-off and how you feel about that trade-off, and whether you feel that the variances from the subdivision regulations are justified in those cases. So with that, county staff is recommending that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of the preliminary plat and final development plan with one condition, and that condition is spelled out in your staff report in detail, but essentially is that declarations and covenants and easements and private conditions submitted to the county along with the final plat and later recorded in the office of the Recorder of Deeds contain requirements that serve the purpose of protecting pre-development slopes from disturbance.
Any questions for staff? Continue to the staff report. County Councilor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, I'd just like to lay out what the Planning and Zoning Commission's scope of review is tonight. And if I could, I'll kind of go back a year ago when a lot of you may have been here for that. And in essence, at that time, it was the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed what was basically called the initial concept plan for this development. And the scope of authority at that point for the Planning and Zoning Commission was very broad. In essence, they could consider all aspects of this proposed development in making their determination as to what the Planning and Zoning Commission's findings were going to be, and ultimately their recommendations to the county council. Fast forward from there, we go to the county council, and ordinance 18063 was adopted by the county council that put the foundation in place, if you will, of the concept plan with certain conditions attached to it at that point in time. Subsequent to that, the project continued to have amendments to it and different aspects to it changing. So here we are tonight. So what's the role of the Planning and Zoning Commission tonight? They have two key roles to review. One, the preliminary plat, and the second is the final development plan. As it relates to the preliminary plat, the scope of review is limited to, as Robert mentioned, these variances of the preliminary plat that's presented to the commission tonight by the applicant, the variances that are varying from what the subdivision regulations under the code of St. Charles County as they exist today. So those variances are within their scope of review and can be a basis for their decision. The second area of review, the scope of review tonight, involves the final development plan as it compares to the original or initial concept plan. And the concept plan formalized and basically had a baseline of what that plan was with the adoption of 18063, the ordinance. So the Planning and Zoning Commission tonight is looking at what is the final development plan? Does it substantially conform to the concept plan that was adopted by the council? So the concept plan, the changes to the concept plan, and now we have a final plan. Do those substantially conform to the original concept plan? Those two areas, those two lanes, if you will, of review is what's before the Planning and Zoning Commission tonight. And in that, they can hear the staff reports, analysis, public input, and they can rely in making their decision on any information that's relevant to one of those two areas: variances to the preliminary plat as it relates to the county ordinance, subdivision regulations, or changes in the final development plan from the concept plan, and do they substantially comply. One other thing I'd like to mention that's a development and has been is in the public domain is about 3 months ago, the University of Missouri issued a request for qualification, request for proposal for a substantial portion of the land at the Missouri Bluffs, about 286 acres. Included in that 286 acres included the 47 acres that was running along the Katy Trail at the bluffs that ran along the Katy Trail. The original concept plan incorporated that 47 acres as part of the development. Subsequent to that, the university and the applicant have withdrawn that 47 acres as part of the development, and the university has incorporated that into the RFP that has been made available to governmental entities. In addition to that 47 acres, the 200 acres of the golf course has also been included in this RFP process. There's another 40 acres that are kind of miscellaneous parcels that basically adjoin the golf course or around the development. So a total of about 286 acres is incorporated into the RFP. In that process, the St. Charles County, the county exec, taking to the county council, the council approved, the county being an applicant as part of that request for proposal. And through that process, as at the end of the RFP process, the successful applicant to enter into negotiations for hopefully a finalize a transaction on that 286 acres was St. Charles County. I've been involved in those discussions. I would characterize them as they've been moving along in a very productive way. They're not final. I would anticipate there's going to be more discussion, and there are no guarantees, but there are a couple of things that I think are important for everybody to realize. Right now, that 286 acres, the University of Missouri is not subject to any zoning laws. And with ground leases, they could develop anything they chose to, whether it be a residential development of 275 units or 221 units as it exists today, or any other thing they chose to put on that 286 acres. And they are not bound because of the sovereign status they have in the Missouri Constitution to the county or local government zoning laws. If the county becomes successful in this transaction and succeeds in acquiring that 286 acres, the county executive and the county council have already committed to ensuring that that 286 acres will never be developed for industrial purposes and will be utilized in perpetuity for the enjoyment of the beauty of that land. And we'll put the types of restrictions on that land that will hold it in that status forever. So that's an update on those discussions. I want to just, again, say I would characterize them as moving in the right direction, productive, not final. And I know that if and when we get to that point, we would communicate accordingly. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Watson? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We will now ask the applicant to come forward. Okay, Brad, let me swear you in. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Brad Goss, 120 South Central, Suite 700, St. Louis, Missouri, 63105.
Go ahead, Mr. Goss.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I represent NT Home Builders, who's the applicant in connection with this proceeding. We are before you tonight requesting approval of the preliminary plat and the final development plan as the staff have indicated. With me tonight are Doug Tiemann from Pickett, Ray and Silver, who can address any questions that the commission might have of more technical nature. Brian Rensing from Crawford Bunny Braemar is here. Those are the folks that did our traffic study initially. They have updated that traffic study with an addendum that has been submitted as part of the record, given that the scope and intensity of this development has dramatically decreased. And so he is here tonight to answer any questions you might have along those lines as well. Chuck Caverly from Native Landscape Solutions will also be here. He can certainly answer any questions you may have in terms of our efforts in terms of preservation of the site with native species and removal of invasive species. And Tim Bussey is here as well, who's the architect, neighborhood architect for the site. So, I can make this work. It may not work. Oh. This could be a really long presentation.
camera. And then he has to go. Let's just get the keyboard out.
Is this on? Let's try now. Nope, it's dead. For one of a battery.
There you go.
There we go.
Thanks, is it working now? Awesome, thank you. All right, as Robert had indicated and Mr. Watson had indicated, the current zoning on this property is a planned unit development that was approved by the county council in ordinance 18063. The standard for consideration of this phase of the process is set out in that ordinance in 1863. And there basically were 5 conditions that we needed to be addressing. The preliminary plat and the final development plan needed to be substantially in conformance with the concept plan. We believe that what we have submitted is in conformance, substantially in conformance with the concept plan, and the staff has concurred in that. We were to submit a declaration of covenants with the final record plat with required language with respect to Duckett Creek Sewer District and Zoltec Corporation. And we have already submitted that document to the county. It does have the required disclosure language. Technically, it's not required until a later step in these proceedings. There is to be a confirmation that the project is subject to the approved zoning. And fourth, we are to submit conservation restrictions that are to preserve and protect this site. We have submitted those to the county, and those are part of our submission with this preliminary plan and final development plan. And finally, the ordinance provided that crosshatched areas on the concept plan were to be subject to a non-disturbance easement. We have in fact expanded that non-disturbance easement from what was on the concept plan. We have also are providing that this will be put on the plat so that any kind of change in that non-disturbance easement would require county approval. It's not something that could be modified by folks living in the subdivision at some subsequent date. So with respect to the plan itself, this is a copy of the approved concept plan. And what you can see on this slide is that we had both multifamily areas designated, those are in tan, and then we had single-family homes that were designated, they're in kind of a light green, and then we had other areas that were non-disturbance that are in a dark green with cross-hatching. The area that's called E was allowed to have up to 6 units of housing placed in it. Otherwise, that non-disturbance area was to be totally left alone. And that concept plan did provide for 276 units of housing. This is the preliminary plat and final plan that we're proposing. You will see that it is virtually the same as the concept plan. I would point out a few differences. We are building less homes than what the concept plan called for. The concept plan allowed 276 units of housing. We're proposing a maximum of 221 units of housing. So it's 55 less units of housing that's proposed with this plan, or roughly 20% less. As you may recall with the multifamily, that's a sliding scale. It depends on the kind of unit we build. If we were to build a condominium, then it'd be 60 units. If we build a townhouse, 45, or villas, 30. So it slides down depending upon the type of unit. We have given you the maximum number that could possibly be built here. You'll also notice on this preliminary plat and final plan that there's only one tan area. And that's because we took out 2 of the multifamily areas that have been on this plan. So I think the staff had mentioned there are 13 acres of multifamily area. That's no longer true. There's roughly 4 acres of multifamily. And the reason we did that is because the multifamily units that we were considering would have been villas. And a villa footprint is deeper than a single-family home. And so the developer looked at that and thought, you know, I don't want to do that. What I'm trying to do is minimize land disturbance here. I don't have to have these villas in this location for this project to be a successful project. I'm going to replace those with single-family lots. So that is a change that we've provided with respect to this plan. You'll also note that the non-disturbance areas increased significantly. That, again, was feedback that we had received from folks concerned about this development and its impact on surrounding property. So we increased all of the non-disturbance areas around the site. We've added non-disturbance areas around the Duckett Creek Sanitary District Road, so that which previously did not exist, and we've increased the depth of those non-disturbance areas as they relate to the spur trail for the getting down to the Katy Trail. And then lastly, we have provided for this 46 acres, which is to be preserved either as a park if the county ends up acquiring it, or simply undisturbed with a covenant from the university that this land will remain undisturbed. So we are assuring that as part of this development. That really wasn't solidified at the time of the concept plan. So those are some positive changes in the development. And what I've done here is I put the two plans side by side just to help you see that, so that in the lower left-hand corner was the concept plan as it was approved, and in the upper right is the final plan and the preliminary plat as we are proposing it today. So just some comparison of some numbers. The overall golf course size roughly remains the same. The single-family acreage did go down from the time that the Plan Commission was looking at this, from 171 acres to roughly 130 acres. So the decrease in that was significant. It's reduced by about 24%. The multifamily went down from 13 acres to around 4 acres. That's about a 67% reduction in the multifamily as well. And then we created the park ground that you'll see from the table didn't exist before, which is roughly 47 acres. The minimum lot size didn't change from the concept plan. Minimum lot width didn't change. Setbacks that we're requesting, which are variances, have not changed from the concept plan. Those are all the same as what was presented with the concept plan. So now what I want to do is just take you through some slides that are color-coded, just so you to try and make clear what we're doing with this development. So the light green areas are areas that are owned by the Department of Conservation or are owned by the University of Missouri, but on the west, but subject to certain non-disturbance covenants. The area in dark green with the crosshatch, that's the 46 acres that Mr. Watson was talking about. That's included in the RFP that the county may be able to acquire depending on how those negotiations go. So it would be added to the park system of St. Charles County. Even if that transaction does not happen, that area will be subject to non-disturbance and will be left alone. And that's a commitment that the University of Missouri has made publicly. The area, this slide is to show you the golf course, so that's shown in kind of a light green. It's roughly 200 acres. That's more or less the golf course as it's configured today. We've adjusted about 40 acres in the golf course, trading off some areas of the golf course because certain areas had to be adjusted for the development. And so it's around the perimeter. You wouldn't really notice it, but that's roughly the total acreage. So the total acreage of the golf course changes from around 197 to 200. So overall acreage basically remains the same. The layout does not change. No golf holes change. All of that remains the same. This slide is to show you the first phase of the development. That's up in the northwest quadrant. That is in yellow on the site. And you can see we have two entrances, an entrance to the on the western part of that phase one, and then on the eastern part of phase one. Both of those entrances will conform to all county requirements with respect to site distance and any issues related to that. We did have a meeting with one of the folks who's concerned about the development, went through that with him to explain how we're going to make sure that access and entrance is safe for anyone who might be traveling on the trail. Phase 2 is shown in blue on this site. And again, this is a phase that conforms to the concept plan as it was approved. The area E is limited to 6 homes, and that was what was approved in Ordinance 18063. This area in pink is the third phase of the development. And again, principally single-family lots. There's one section of multifamily ground up in the northern portion of the development, which is about 4 acres in size. So let's talk about land disturbance. What this slide is showing you is the areas in brown are the areas that would be disturbed with respect to this development. That's it. I'm showing you the roads, and I'm showing you the building pads that would be disturbed by this site. It is remarkably little. Now, I flipped it so that you could get a better perspective. The area in white on this slide is what will be disturbed by this development. So the area in white are the roads and the building pads. And we set out the building pads in a size that is such that it takes into account any overdig and any kind of a porch, patio, et cetera. So we've taken all of that into account. So what you see here in the Kelly Green, that's conservation areas that we're creating in the development or Department of Conservation ground. Those conservation areas are subject to our conservation declaration, which prohibits any kind of grading, changing of lot grades, removal of trees, unless there is approval by the neighborhood architect. And the placement of the homes on the site have to be placed in a way to minimize any kind of land disturbance. That applies to the whole site in all candor, but we've also added, in addition to that, the non-disturbance requirement, restriction that I talked about before. That's the crosshatched area that's in dark green. That will be put on the plat, because one of the concerns that some folks have expressed is, well, these conservation restrictions could be amended, and so these non-disturbance protections could go away. So the way to prevent that is for us to put those on the plat, which is why we have done that. With respect to the conservation restrictions that apply to the development as a whole, that requires a supermajority change, and also the developer has to agree to it. The whole concept of this development is to be a conservation development with minimal land disturbance. People who are coming into this development are going to understand that. So we don't believe there would be some kind of amendment in a radical way to these conservation restrictions. But nonetheless, because we understand the concern has been expressed, we're putting those non-disturbance restrictions as it relates to all that cross-hatched area in dark green on the plat to protect those areas further. The areas shown on this slide are a slope analysis. The county has an ordinance which restricts development of land on steep slopes. And you can see there's a key in the upper right, which may be a little hard to read, but any slopes that are over 50%, 50%, cannot be developed or graded. Those are in red. You will note there is nothing in this project that's in red. The areas in yellow would be areas between a 40 to 50% slope. You will note there is nothing in yellow. In fact, most of the vast majority of the lots that are planned for this site are in a slope of 20% or less. That's the green coloring. The blue coloring is a 20 to 30% slope, and the 30% criteria was the criteria of the county prior to any amendment or change of that ordinance. I think there was a change, I'm not sure, roughly 6-8 months ago, which changed that percentage to allow you to go a little higher. We're not taking advantage of that or using it, except with respect to 12 homes, 12 lots where the grade could get to 35%. And so those are the lots that are shown in brown, which are very, very few. So what we will try to do with those lots as well is to site the home, again, to be very careful, to try and avoid any kind of steeper grade so that we can put on a gentler grade of the site. And that's all part of that custom home placement. But those are the only lots that we would need to go and provide a soil test and meet with the planning director as far as those are concerned. Those other lots meet what your basic ordinance had already provided. With respect to the preliminary plat, again, the final plan, as I mentioned, our setbacks that we're requesting, and they are variances from the setbacks that would be called for in the R1A subdivision regulations. We're asking for those because we want to be able to put the homes closer to the street so that we don't have to push them back as far onto the lot and tear up trees. So the whole idea behind moving them up closer to the road is in order to be able to achieve this preservation concept that we've been talking about for the last year plus. We are providing for or requesting a modification variance with respect to street design. The street design that we are proposing is what's known as a rural street design. It is an approved street design. The AASHTO Green Book would allow this kind of street design. You see this kind of street design in more rural areas. You see this kind of street design in southwest Missouri because they have these kinds of slopes. And so that's what we're providing for. If we didn't do that, then we would have to grade out the site significantly to clear the site off to create a much leveler footprint for the roads. And our design speed of our roads would probably go up to about 40 miles per hour, 35 to 40. That's the typical design speed in a single-family subdivision. And we checked it. We put a clock, timer on, speed gun rather, on Whitmore Drive, and we put one on Perry Cape Boulevard in Stone Meadows in Wentzville, which are both very conventional subdivisions. We put that same speed gun in Newtown, which has a different street design, which is narrower and provides for traffic calming. What we found is what we thought we would find. The cars in the conventional subdivision travel 35 to 40 miles an hour because the design speed is designed for that. So 30 to 40, 45. Whereas in Newtown, they don't. They travel about 18 miles an hour because that's the design speed of those roads. So that's what we're trying to establish here. Our design speed is designed for a 15 mile per hour speed limit is the way we're setting this up. And so we are providing for a narrower pavement lane and a narrower right-of-way. We are providing for homes and trees to be closer to the street, and all of that does is calm traffic and helps us preserve the site, which is why we are requesting those variances. These are the three designs of streets that we've provided for. On the top is for a very small street that ends in a cul-de-sac, basically a spur street. The middle design is a typical street design throughout the major part of our development that provides for sidewalks on one side of the street. That was a specific request of this planning commission when we were before you. And so we did add that to this plan, and we've provided for sidewalks on one side of the street running through all the main roads in the development. The last street design, what I've shown you, is where we have added guest parking spaces. So we have 57 guest parking spaces throughout the development. Now, each home has at least a two-car garage and 2 parking spaces in the driveway. And you'll recall, we made sure that would happen because we were requested, and again, I believe it was by this plan commission, to make sure that if the garage was front-facing to the street, that we would set that back at least 25 feet. And so we have provided for that. So if it's a front-facing garage, it'll be at least 25 setback, so that you will have 4 parking spaces per home. at a minimum. That is in excess of the St. Charles County Code. We're also adding, in addition to that, these 57 guest parking spaces throughout the development. Our development plan shows where those will be placed. We have gone to the Colorado Fire Protection District and met with them. They approved our road design as it was presented to the county council and actually this commission back roughly a year ago when we had the loop road and with the guest parking spaces and the 20-foot drive lanes. They have reviewed the amended plan, and the assistant fire marshal sent us a comment and said he understood that that drive lane design is approved. He requested that we stripe one side of the street where our parking is, or where our parking is not, to indicate that's no parking, and also put up signage, which we will do to comply with the Colorado Fire Protection District's request. Again, we did have our traffic study updated. Brian Rinsing can talk about that in more detail. I did set out here a couple of things that I thought were particularly important from the traffic study. First of all, with respect to the internal street width, the proposed road widths do meet minimum AASHTO standards. And I thought that was important that this commission know that. And in addition to which, the traffic consultant noted that this road design, what it does is it's something that can create positive traffic calming, which is our objective with this street design. Finally, the traffic engineer went back and looked at all of the numbers, looked at his original study, where he had studied a number of different intersections, many of which were in the town of Weldon Spring, and looked back at that, and then he noted that that traffic study concluded that all of the roads would operate at acceptable levels of service, and these intersections would operate at acceptable levels of service. No improvements were needed. This plan will have 40% less trips, 40% less trips than the plan that was approved and that was considered previously when his traffic study was performed. And so his conclusion is that, as I did not have concerns previously requiring traffic improvements, that still applies in this case, and what we're providing is acceptable and will not cause traffic issues with the surrounding area. As far as our neighborhood character is concerned, again, it's what we've talked about. We want to minimize land disturbance and tree removal. We are placing conservation restrictions on the entire development, and then we've added these platted non-disturbance areas. As part of our infrastructure, any trees that are going to be removed, we intend to reuse them as part of the guardrails and traffic street lighting in the subdivision, so we're going to try and repurpose that material. We are providing for removal of all invasive species. That's part of our program. The site, as some people have noted in prior hearings, does have a substantial amount of bush honeysuckle in it. So we want to remove it, get it out of there, because that is an invasive species in Missouri. And so that's part of our program. And we will be replacing those invasive species with native species. And that is a requirement in our conservation restrictions, that the plantings in this development be native species. And again, the reason we're doing that is because we're trying to encourage pollinators and to help that kind of wildlife by rejuvenating the plant life in this area. Our roads will have a rural character, as I mentioned, and all of our homes will be custom. And so they're going to be placed on the lot in a way to cause minimum disturbance and with a minimal setback. And then finally, we have a dark skies covenant, which no subdivision in the St. Louis metro area, to my knowledge, has. The dark skies covenant requires that any kind of light fixtures in the development all be downcast. There's a specified list of those kinds of lighting fixtures. And again, we're doing that because the idea behind this is to be as rural as we can make it. So You know, we're trying to reduce any kind of light pollution by adhering to that dark skies covenant. So finally, as I mentioned with the conservation restrictions, we're providing for for invasive plants. They're strictly prohibited, and we are providing for stormwater management in a manner that is different than any other development, to my knowledge, has provided for, and certainly in St. Charles County, by requiring that there be level spreaders installed behind every home. Because a concern has been expressed about, we think the slopes are steeper and you're going to have a problem with water runoff and erosion. Now, we've gone and looked at the slopes, and I discussed that with you, and they aren't extreme in the manner in which they've been described because we're keeping out of those areas, because most of the lot isn't being disturbed. But the area where that home is, we're going to put a level spreader behind every home so that we capture that stormwater and then it is metered out and sheet flows from the home. So that we minimize any kind of disturbance that may be created by that. Again, we'll have the dark skies covenant. There will be a restriction with respect to any kind of landscaping, removal of trees, any kind of grading, that sort of thing has to be reviewed and approved by the neighborhood architect. This is what a level spreader looks like. Essentially what you do is it's an erosion control device that you'd put behind the home. It's to mitigate any kind of high velocity stormwater, so that stormwater would be coming off the roof and otherwise just leaving the site or coming from a downspout. It'll be captured by this, slowed down, and then discharged. So it's metered and sheet flows. Native Landscaping, as I mentioned, Native Landscape Solutions is our consultant. Those are the folks that we are using. Chuck Caverly is a degreed botanist who has been consulting with us on this project in terms of native plantings that are planned for this project, for invasive species control and setting up that program, and then for providing for the creation of a habitat that will encourage pollinators and the rejuvenation of the site. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have, and as I indicated, Mr. Tiemann, Mr. Rensing are also available to answer any questions, as is Mr. Caverly.
Questions from Mr. Goss?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Goss, one of the things that we talked about previously was the sidewalks. You showed three typical cross-sections, and one of them shows no sidewalks. So my question is, where specifically are we going to look at streets that do not have the sidewalks?
Let me get to a plan, see what I can do with that. Some probably does, that probably does a better job. If you were to look at the street that would lead to Phase 3 on the west, that little street, that would be a spur street that wouldn't have a sidewalk.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Do you see that pink triangle that's on the western side of the development?
Yep.
I'm looking at the Phase 3 diagram.
Yeah.
That little street would not have a sidewalk associated with it. All of the other streets, we would be providing sidewalks.
Okay.
So it's pretty much one little spur street. And the majority otherwise will have sidewalks. Again, that was something the commission thought was important. So that's what we're providing as the norm.
Yep, just want to make sure that we were on the same page. Thank you.
Okay, yep.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Mr. Cross, I was wondering, is there going to be any restrictions on the surface of the driveways joining the street? And whether they're going to be, concrete, asphalt, gravel, whatever?
We haven't really talked about that, whether it be a pervious surface or not. That's certainly something we're looking at. I can tell you that I know some folks who've used that pervious surface and it hasn't worked well. Mm-hmm. So we are going to be looking at that and see what we can do. And if nothing else, looking at if the surface is impervious, what can be done next to the driveway in terms of kind of catching any kind of stormwater that may be coming off. That may be the alternative solution that would work better.
Right. I guess it's kind of a follow-up and maybe directed more to your engineer. With these slopes and concrete streets, what types of things do you do in the design to keep street creep? Because that's obviously in sloped areas that's can develop into some problems.
I'll need to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Doug Tiemann. I'm an engineer with Pickett, Ray & Silver. Excuse me. What we will do to address that is we do have a gutter on one side of the road, which we have the sidewalk on, but on the other side of the road, we will be looking at that drainage in each place. And when we do that, we're going to address it with either how we drain it through the lots. We will either look at pavement lugs and put pavement lugs on the steeper sloped areas so we can address that and keep that creep to a minimum. We will probably look at some areas where we will do thickened sections if we need to of pavement to address that also.
Okay.
The level spreaders, which were mentioned earlier, they're going to be used in coordination with everything that we're talking about and all of our water that we send between our areas, between our homes. We're going to be looking at that and addressing it with a level spread.
So essentially the level spreaders will absorb a fair amount of water, which would then theoretically reduce the amount of creep in the street.
Absolutely. We also are showing on what would be the lower side, we're going to have a rural cross-section, which will have a ditch beside the road, which will be able to take some of that water and intercept some of that water too, and take that water.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the other question was about the traffic. It looks like we're having about a 20% reduction in units.
That's correct.
And it looks like the study predicts 40% reduction in traffic. Is it the design of the streets, or what is additionally causing 20% versus 40%? What's causing the difference?
Yeah, Brian can answer that, but they did brief me on that ahead of time.
Okay. Just curious about the math.
Yeah, well, the way that math works is there's a different load factor that's assigned to single-family homes versus multifamily homes. And so what they did was they went back through and they analyzed trip generation by those types of units and then ran it through their calculations, and that's how they got to the 40%.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Is that how you would explain it? Okay, yeah, that's fine.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Brian Rensing with CBB, 11400 Olive Boulevard, St. Louis, Missouri, 63141. Yes, that's correct. We looked at the new trip generation based on the new proposed number of units. In addition, our traffic study was done prior to this, where they had a loop road that connected the two, and there was additional units within that area that was in there. So we looked at the number of units that we previously evaluated, which was a little bit more than what was eventually approved. So the reduction is based on the trip generation change.
Okay, so with the multifamily further spread out, there would have been more trips generated that way, but at the front end of the development, that reduces those trips.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. When you were doing the traffic study and determining appropriate speed limit, did you ever look at the stretch of Wolfram Road from Research Park to the entrance of Whitmore subdivision, since that road is similar in width, in grade, and slope?
Yes, we did some traffic counts there and looked at the impacts there, and it was negligible.
Did you observe the speed limit on that road, the common speed limit on that road?
We did not take any speed measurements on that road, no.
Okay. I can tell you 40 to 50 miles an hour because I drive it.
I have a question. You have 221 units. Do you really think 57 extra parking spaces is enough?
Yeah, I do, because the code requires 2 per home. We're providing 4 per home plus another 57 spaces. And that doesn't account for the parking spaces that we'll provide in the one multifamily area. So we're over-parking this development in comparison to what you would require in a single-family subdivision. We have more parking spaces.
Are people going to be allowed to park in the street?
No, there'll be no parking other than in the parking areas that are designated.
So you have to park in the driveway or the garage, and you can't park in the street? What if
Or in
people come
or in the
over?
parking areas. And there are 57 parking spaces, so we're providing for that.
So if a person has maybe, 10 people come over to his house, where are those people going to park?
Presumably, they'll park in one of the parking spaces and walk. And, that is what I would expect them to do. So
I have
that
a
is
problem.
nothing different than what you would see in a single-family subdivision with no parking designated on the streets, which occurs. So we do believe it's adequate.
Okay. What about if you're standing on the tee box at number 16 hole, and do you have to wait for traffic to go by before you can hit your drive? There's a road that goes right in front of the tee box on number 16.
the green on 17, and then you're 18.
It's 16.
16. Yeah, you'd have to wait, which is no different than Westboro Country Club, which I belonged to for a number of years. The main entrance to Westboro crosses hole 10 and hole 9. There's 2 crossings to get to the clubhouse. So yeah, you'd have to wait.
Okay. Exposed to that.
I have
Yes.
the shielded exterior, the dark skies covenant and the landscaping covenants. That's going to be in your homeowners association covenants,
It'll be in the conservation restrictions, that's correct.
in the conservation restrictions.
Correct.
Okay, so it can't be changed by the owners.
It could be changed with an extraordinary majority, 3/4 majority, plus the developer would also have to sign off on that. But again, we believe that if people are moving into this development, they're going to be purchasing a home, building a home with light fixtures that comply. So by the time it comes around to amending that covenant, the development will already be in full compliance with it. So I think it's unlikely that people would say, let's amend that. But it could happen, you're right.
Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I will now open the public hearing for PRE 19-03, preliminary plat and final development plan for Missouri Bluffs PUD located at 18 Research Park Circle. I will remind everyone again what County Councilor Mr. Watson said. Our consideration tonight is primarily the variances. We heard a lot of public hearing about a year ago about the nature of the land and his historical value, those types of things. That has been considered. So tonight, our consideration is things like pavement width, right-of-way width, pavement rounding, right-of-way rounding, street slope, K-value of vertical curves, cul-de-sac length, watercourse protection, and tree preservation boundaries, okay? If you care to speak, remember to fill out a card and give to Ms. Weiss. So the public hearing is now open, if anyone chooses to come forward.
You just come up?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Great.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
William Spradley, 17 Prairies Court, Fenton, Missouri. The mom and dad both lived in St. Charles County for eons. I'm an owner of Trees, Forests, and Landscapes in Kirkwood. I've had my business for 30 years, and I've helped residents that really do care for the natural beauty of your region. So I've helped preserve some really historic trees, even at the Daniel Boone properties and such, and had great success with it. I'm a degreed forester from the University of Missouri, certified arborist for over 25 years through the ISA, the International Society of Arboriculture, and an adjunct professor for over 25 years at St. Louis Community College in horticulture. Now, I've been coming to these meetings. I've made pretty much all of them. One of them I couldn't, but I was happy to see in the initial one that I attended, where planning and zoning, I thought were great people here, because they almost unanimously voted this whole project down. It was 8-1, so it was strongly against a no. The room was full of hundreds of people like you see today, residents against the destruction of the forest and wildlife happening that already exist. Only 4 or 5 people were in favor on every meeting that I attended, and guess who they all were? All the people hired by Whitaker. There wasn't one resident that came forward and said, I love to golf and I'd like to see a home built on this site. Not one. So I think you're missing the point of what the citizens of this community want. I do a lot of tree preservation. I still haven't seen out all these graphics and everything of where the true tree kill is and the true destruction of soil. It hasn't shown up once. And you saw a graphic of where there's going to be little houses right alongside the road, but behind the houses there's going to be another 50 feet or 100 feet a tree kill when you build on slopes like that. There's no way, unless Whitaker finally bought that big helicopter that's going to plant this house right down on a footing that was made out of bamboo or something. I don't know how they're going to pull this off. But tree preservation plans should be in your plans to make them follow by. And I haven't seen one yet. Or a certified arborist, a forester, because most of that area that they are going to build on is not the golf course. They're conserving the golf course really well. And the invasive species area, if you walked it, you would see that the only invasive problem with invasive species is the first development, but I'm not sure, was it Whitaker that built the golf course? And if they were, the only band, if they would just show that, of invasive species, a pear, Lespedeza, honeysuckle, all of those are only in that band at the edge of the woods where there's sunlight for those things to thrive. The local citizens have kept the honeysuckle out pretty well as volunteers, which is wonderful. Very disappointed in my alma mater of the University of Missouri, where I got my forestry degree, because I was educated to be a steward of the forest and wildlife, and they are going totally against the stewardship of that completely. And it can be done successfully, but this over-excessive amount of homes is not going to allow it to happen. I even paid for my son to take the same education. He went further and got a specialization in journalism. And I think it's a crime that the council would not let the video that showed the natural resources that are going to be destroyed. Nobody has been, I've seen a meeting where anybody's hiked down there and take a look at it with planning and zoning or the councilman. But you could do that with that video, because it is not a video showing graphics like that road that has no homes on it. That road showed a forest with a narrow road on it. That's not what's going to happen here. So why are we not showing that video that's less than 3 minutes of time that I'm allowed? 1 minute left? So I think that's a crime in itself, that these guys have all this time with all these false graphics of what it's going to look like when it's done. Because we can't easily bus everybody down there and show them and educate them about what's going to be lost. And I'd really like to see a graphic that showed all the trees that are going to die in a normal development of putting in all these rain gardens in the back of the house, and those trenches to redirect the water are going to cut roots on lots of trees. So it's greatly unfair that the developer is going to succeed possibly with greed, and the University of Missouri is going to succeed with the greed attitude just for commerce. And you can't replace hundreds of years of forest, and you can't replace the soil. There's no soil preservation things listed in there. And where are these service people going to park when they come in? Those 57 guest places? Who's going to want to come service with a bucket truck and that to preserve your trees? Can't happen. There's no room to park. I work in Ladue where there's very narrow lanes like that. It doesn't work. We discussed...
Your time.
Time's up? Okay, I gave it a shot. I just wish you would vote no like you did the first time and stop this now.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I will.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Daniel Rathel, 34 Weldon Spring Heights Drive, Weldon Springs, Missouri, 63304. First of all, I'd like to thank this board for recognizing that this was not a proper development for that area for all the reasons that they've had. Every single thing in there has to have a variance. It's not an R1-A. When you look at all those variants, it's something else. But you guys did the right thing. County council overrided it. So I'm a realist. Regardless of what you do tonight, it's what the county council's going to do. If you find this wrong, it's still them. So I'm a realist. What's going to happen? All right? It might go in. So I want to talk about something you've been talking a lot about tonight, traffic. Okay? This traffic study that was done, okay, I don't know what the change was, but this traffic study that was done made several assumptions. Okay? One of them is that it assumed there was a westbound ramp off of Research Drives or Research Circle. There is no westbound ramp there. He also assumed that most of the people were going to be working in St. Louis. A good portion of them are probably going to be working along that technology corridor west of there. They're going to need to go west. All right? He also assumed a lot of us are going to go shopping over there. I'm a St. Charles County resident. I'm not going to go pay my tax dollars in St. Louis. I'm not saying I never go over to Chesterfield Bottom, but it's maybe once every few months. The people living there, their families are going to have kids in schools in St. Charles County. They're going to be going out Research Park Drive. They're not going to be going out Research Circle. So they're going to be entering on Highway 94. All right? Plus, they no longer have a loop, so everybody on that west side is going to be dumping onto Research Park Drive. I don't know if you've ever been out there when the high school kids are going to school. It's not during the business hours, all right? Or at noon when they're leaving and they're coming down to turn and go to Highway K to eat there. I can't make a left turn into where I'm at because they did not line up Research Park Drive with that South Service Road where the lights are. That is a bad intersection there. So my question is, are we going to have the county get with the highway department and put a ramp going west from Research Circle? Are we going to line those up on 94 there to make that safe? That's just going to be worse. You're going to have high school kids going in and out now, not adults going to work. And the last thing is, because I enter and go there, all this construction traffic, all right? If there's some way that we can require them to come in the other entrance and not off of 94 for the construction traffic, that would be outstanding if you guys could do that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Gloria Broderick, 14236 Cape Horn Place, Florissant, Missouri, 63034. And I am interested in the Katy Trail and the Bushes Greenway for the sole purpose of getting out and enjoying the outdoors. There is no trees in my condo area. And I have been taking all kinds of depressants and everything. The other day, I went out and sat there on a bench by the sewer department, which was lovely, and talked to, and it was at 8:30 in the morning, and talked to, I think it was over 40 people, and told them about this cute little map, and showing how big some of these lands are going to be here. And they said, "You mean they're going to build them on top of that?" I said, "Yes, on top of the ridge. They're going to build a bunch of homes." And it looked to me like 45-degree angle. I didn't have a way of measuring it, but we know perfectly well bulldozers do not take care of things like that. And in St. Louis, I have lived around so many people that have lived at the edge of a place where it has been scraped on the other side of their buildings. and of course, it fell in. So what we are wanting is to have more care with the runoff. We don't want trees taken down. Save the trees. The trees are the most important thing out there. We don't go to a St. Louis City street and bike down that. Well, some people do. But I need trees.
Okay. Thank you. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I swear.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Leslie Lindberg, 102 Redfern Lane, Wentzville, Missouri, 63385.
Thank you, Leslie. Go ahead.
I live in New Millie. We've had unprecedented rainfall this year. We've had unprecedented floods all around us this year. I only live 15 minutes from Weldon Woods. Why we've changed our building code from 30% grade to 50% grade in a year of massive flooding and unprecedented rainfall is disturbing to me. Feet, not inches, is now used yearly to measure our rainfall. I'm a member of the Missouri Stream Team Watershed Coalition. I'm a project manager for honeysuckle removal, watershed management, erosion control, and flood mitigation. I don't trust the words I'm hearing from them tonight. I'm sorry. There's something, there's that kind of talk that he presented. Why didn't we hear that months and months ago? There's all kinds of issues with street angles and water runoff, and if the house is too close to the street, there just could very well be, in the rainfall like we're having, more water coming into the home and into the property. I wouldn't buy a home that's 18 feet from another house on a slope with a 50% grade. Landslides of mud piling onto the Katy Trail, the Bush Greenway. The homeowners don't know they've got to pay for some of that erosion coming from their property. They don't know how to manage all the water coming off the top of a hill around their foundations and carving canyons of erosion. It just doesn't work. It's just not right. Let's do what we know is right for the people of our county. Now, I'm not going to harp anymore, but let me just say that I received an award from the St. Charles County Parks last year for Outstanding Volunteer. I have seen all the parks in this county. It's different. A park is very different from an old-growth, undisturbed forest. We need the old-growth, undisturbed forest left intact. And let me just say that I really want you to say no to this project. There are too many holes in it. Thank you. And thank you for your service.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Hickey. My address is 532 Mason Avenue, Webster Groves, Missouri. And my day job is I'm the state director for the Missouri Sierra Club. And one of the reasons I'm here is we have about 600 Sierra Club members who live in St. Charles County. Any Sierra Club people here tonight? Okay, so we've got, so I work for them. I'm here doing their business. And I'm going to break my comments into 3 parts. The first part is fool me once. Second part is who paid for it. Third part is which county executive, Steve. So under fool me once. I was here at the last planning and zoning meeting, and I heard the gentleman from Newtown talking about how the proposal they had was the greenest thing since the world was created and how lucky we were. Now tonight we're being told, oh, that plan was bad in this way and this way and this way, but we're fixing it all. And this plan is the greatest plan since the beginning of the world. Now, either they weren't telling the truth that time, or they're not telling the truth this time, or both. But we were fooled once. We should realize we're going to be fooled again. So that's my first point. Second point is who paid for this? Why is this such a interesting place for developers? Because as the public, we have invested millions of dollars in this area. In the Katy Trail State Park, which was paid for by taxpayer money, as well as private contributions. The Bush Greenway, which is paid for by public funds. The Weldon Springs Conservation Area, which is paid for by public funds. So as a public, we have invested in this area. And not only is the public invested in that way, but the public also invested back in 1940 when farm families gave up their land for the war effort to defeat Hitler and fascism. Anybody here have any relatives that had any land in there? Okay, well,
Sir.
Thank you all for what you did. I had an uncle who was a POW of the Nazis.
Sir, to the point as to the variances.
The variances, great. Here's what I see. We have public lands and public investment that is being used to enrich private developers. And that's why I said, which county executive, Steve? I'm from St. Louis County. I just saw Steve Stenger go down for doing stuff like this, where he used Creve Coeur Lake Park to pay off his buddies. We shouldn't be using Katy Trail State Park and the Missouri Conservation Weldon Springs area and the Bush Greenway so that private developers can make money. This land is public today. It should remain public. That is what is fair. That is what honors what's been done. Thank you.
I would remind everyone in line to speak, keep your comments to the variances. Okay, that's what we're here to consider. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Shirley Wolferson, 427 Greeley, St. Louis, Missouri, 63119.
Okay.
I'm a board member of the Missouri Parks Association, and I'm here to express their opinion on the development. If you'll bear with me, the Missouri Parks Association is a citizens, non-political, nonprofit organization of about 3,000 members statewide, and we were formed in 1982 to protect Missouri state parks and get the Parks and sales tax passed. At our board meeting on April 30th of this year, we passed a resolution to halt the sale of Weldon Woods and preserve it for public recreation. If you'll bear with me, because I don't think planning and zoning got this. I would like to just read it. I'll try to be quick and maybe skip over a few of the things. Whereas Weldon Woods, a wild forest adjacent to Katy Trail State Park and in St. Charles County, was transferred to the University of Missouri by the Department of Energy after World War II as part of a 7,900-acre parcel to be utilized for research and education, and until now, over 200 acres of natural green space with old-growth forest and high bluffs along the Katy Trail State Park have been available for public enjoyment, and whereas the university is in the process of selling Weldon Woods to a local home builder for a large subdivision development, and whereas the St. Charles County Council approved a development plan in June 2018 to build approximately 300 homes on the acreage, which I now understand is less. Whereas this development will destroy the wild character of the land along this part of the Katy Trail State Park and disrupt the delicate flora and fauna of the ecosystem. And whereas the University of Missouri System's mission statement includes advancing, quote, the health, cultural, and social interests of the people of Missouri, and, close quote, and their sustainability office, quote, seeks to ingrain sustainability principles of social equity and environmental stewardship, close quote, and whereas the St. Charles County Council disregarded their own Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to retain the land in agricultural zoning and instead rezone the acreage to residential, allowing for this high-density development. And whereas the University of Missouri and Missouri State Parks are both entities funded by and beloved by taxpayers of Missouri, and the sale of Weldon Woods would devalue long-term investment in one state facility, Katy Trail State Park, to get a short-term gain for a different state entity. And whereas state parks depend on local facilities, including the popular Bush Greenway Trail, intersecting the Katy Trail at Weldon Woods, to help people access and enjoy state parks, and they're just as important as the parks themselves. Now, therefore, be it resolved as follows. The Missouri Parks Association urges Dr. Munchoy and St. Charles County Executive Steve Ellman to stop the sale of Weldon Woods and retain the property for public recreation and ecosystem preservation. Be it further resolved that the Missouri Parks Association urges Missouri State Parks Director Ben Ellis and Department of Natural Resources Director Carol Comer to object to the encroachment of the proposed development on Katy Trail State Park that would result from the sale of Weldon Woods, to withhold support for the sale and exert their influence on the University of Missouri President and Board of Curators to prevent the sale and development, passed by the Board of the Missouri Parks Association,
Okay.
April 30th, 2019.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I will.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Richard Orr. I live at 3312 Woodsview Drive in Harvester in St. Charles County, 63303. And I am here because I am St. Charles County resident, long-term resident of about 20 years now, and I've been using the trails in the area extensively, as have thousands of other people. I just wanted to make the observation that I've talked to dozens of people when I'm on the trail, Bush Greenway connector to the Katy Trail primarily, about this proposed development, and I've yet to find a single trail user who thinks it's a good idea. I know I do not. I would like to ask, based on my experience living here in St. Charles County in a subdivision, I live in a pretty green subdivision, at least it was originally, and there are all kinds of serious covenants about what you can and can't do with the foliage on your property. And we have strict restrictions about cutting down any trees larger than 6 inches in diameter, which about 80% of the residents have done. They've pretty much stripped their properties clean of anything bigger than a fence post. And even though it's in violation of the covenants, there's no recourse. Nothing has or can be done, evidently. So I'd like to ask Mr. Goss of these restrictions that are...
Sir, yes, you
Okay.
give your comments to us,
All right.
and then Mr. Goss will be back, and we can ask him those
Okay.
questions.
Very good, thank you. I would just like to find out what method they propose to use to police these property owners from doing things to the property that are in violation. And the other hat that I'm here wearing is that I am also the Public-Private Lands Committee Chairman for the Conservation Federation of Missouri. The Conservation Federation is the oldest and largest independent conservation organization in the state. And you may be aware they're not a bunch of wild-eyed hippie tree huggers. They're hunters and fishermen and people that have a strong concern for the wildlife and nature in Missouri. And at their annual meeting in March, they passed essentially the same resolution that Shirley read to you, so I'll spare you that. But their feeling is that because of the encroachment on the Katy Trail and the Bush Greenway, the removal of many large mature trees, being so adjacent to the incredibly wild, beautiful, and popular Weldon Springs Conservation Area, and the fact that there will be pollution from lawn pesticides and street salt and things of this nature, that the project is a mistake, and they have gone on record saying so. I have the resolution available that I would like to make sure everybody gets to see. I can give it to her, and then
Ms. Weiss.
hopefully.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Again, I will remind the speakers to address your comments to the variances. We understand the concern for preservation of the trees that are there. Okay, so address your concerns to the variances. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Dan Burkhart, 12 Huntley Downs, St. Louis, Missouri.
Go ahead, Dan.
I'm here speaking on behalf of the Katy Land Trust and Magnificent Missouri, two 501c3 corporations that spend their full time trying to make this area along the Missouri River and the Katy Trail west of St. Louis a better place. I'm going to dispense with a lot of my comments because other people have already covered them very well. But as you all know, the consensus of the commission last year was that this wasn't a bad development or a bad developer, but that it was in the wrong place. I went back and watched the proceedings from last year's meeting. Many of you were here for it, and that point was made by several people. Unfortunately, the county council didn't agree with that and didn't accept your recommendation. But the project that we're talking about tonight is still in exactly the same wrong place. It still involves hundreds of housing units and miles of roads that are steep and narrow on a fragile river bluff. It will still destroy an old-growth oak hickory forest. It'll create erosion and place dense suburban development in a place where it's never been before. The so-called conservation measures are a sham. Removal of 100-year-old trees can't be offset by planting some flowers at the end of a cul-de-sac. The spectacular piece of 19th century forest, and if you've been down there and walked it, you've seen it, it's truly spectacular. 100-foot oaks and hickories and basswoods. Somehow, through the work of a lot of people in previous generations, going back to the 40s, this forest has survived in the backyard of St. Charles, and it's going to be decimated. But I'd like to just ask you if the things you heard from the developer's representative tonight are plausible. I'm not a construction expert, but when I hear somebody talk about 15-mile-an-hour speed limits, 20-foot wide streets, 15-foot setbacks from me to you for a house from the street, limited parking, and all the contortions that have had to be done to wedge these homes onto this river bluff, I just ask you to think, is that plausible? Would you buy that story? It's likely that the University of Missouri and their administration didn't know what they were dealing with when they signed this contract to do this project. I think that if this project some way ends up back on their desk now, they will certainly have gotten that message and would make a different decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and these proceedings from the pains and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Scott George, 7 Dixie Drive in Fenton, Missouri, 63026. And I will address some of the conservation issues and the preservation concepts that have been presented tonight. First, I'd mention I'm a professional geologist and a natural naturalist, and I've been involved in natural resource assessments for over 20 years, doing environmental impact statements for MoDOT and IDOT and other industrial clients and various issues involving environmental and ecological impacts. And what I see in the conservation assessments here in the preservation areas are just very small slivers of land that are left in between the golf course and the housing developments. These have very little functional value to wildlife and preservation of the local ecology. And I think that needs to be emphasized that in landscape ecology, the location is everything. The Weldon Bush Howell conservation areas comprise about 17,000 acres, and it's the largest ecological core areas as it's designated in the St. Louis Ecological Network. It has also been designated an important bird area by Audubon. We're also working with the Biome STL group. I'm on their science advisory committee, and these are the kind of things and areas we're looking at preserving. And so when you come into these areas and do habitat fragmentation and leave little slivers left, you do have impacts on the local ecology far outside that range. It's been discovered through a series of studies that just preserving blocks of land in certain areas isn't enough to preserve biodiversity. You need to connect them up with corridors and other areas to allow the wildlife to move around. And that's just what we have here in this area, this specific area, which was just recently mapped by the East-West Gateway Council of Governments as having a very high ecological significance. That map just came out this last month. When you look along the Bush Greenway Trail, there's 135 birds have been identified just on that little segment of trail. 40 of them are listed as species of concern or conservation priority. When you also in this area, a lot of those are considered rare neotropical migratory songbirds, which are in steep decline, and they do need large forested areas to survive, and those have been observed here. If you run just a standard database search, you find out that on the site there other rare species are likely the ringed salamander, the gray bat, the Indiana bat, the northern long-eared bat, and the wood frog. MDC Heritage Database says that on the site itself, for the constructions, they have significant natural communities of concern, the dried and mesic chert forests.
Wait a minute.
1 minute? Okay, I'll keep.
Like I said, the birds, we can't consider the birds, we only can consider the variances.
Well, and I guess one of the purposes of the conservation areas is to set aside and save things for the birds and the butterflies, and they're just too small of a slivers to have much impact. I just add that roads have big effects far outside their range. It's been documented they can go several hundred feet impacts to birds and wildlife and the movement of species across the landscapes. And so I would be interested to see the environmental assessment on impacts to rare species and how that would be offset and preserved.
Okay, thank you. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Donna Hart. My address is 8 Woods Hill Drive, St. Charles, Missouri 63303. I am a retired professor at UMSL University, and prior to teaching at the university, I had 25 years' experience working in the field of wildlife conservation with an emphasis on endangered species. My concern tonight focuses on the lack of attention to legal protection of endangered bat species that are undoubtedly present on the acreage of the proposed Missouri Bluffs subdivision site, in particular the state and federally endangered Indiana bat, Myotis sodalis. Indiana bats were once the most abundant eastern U.S. mammal, but landed on the endangered list after widespread habitat destruction, not just cave deterioration, but from the cutting of trees which are used for roosting and raising their young. And some may think that the value of bat species in St. Charles County is unimportant, but individual bats consume their weight in insects each night and provide us humans with pest control services totaling an estimated $3.7 billion per year throughout North America. Since field assessments open to public review have verified the existence of Indiana bats all around the area in question, and informal anecdotal information has indicated the clear likelihood that the species resides within the UM system property, I'd like to call for the following steps to take place. 1, the developer make public any information on the presence of endangered bat species that occurred during due diligence assessment of that property. 2, the UM system immediately allow biologists to assess the property to document the presence of endangered bats. In addition, having consulted with an environmental law firm, if development plans are not discontinued, then I recommend a third step be initiated by those of us opposed to the development: litigation. Litigation to protect the critical habitat of Indiana bats, utilizing the citizen suit provision of Section 11, Penalties and Enforcement, of 16 U.S.C. subsection 1540G of the U.S. Endangered Species Act of 1973. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Connie Burkhart, 12 Huntley Downs, St. Louis. Early in my legal career, I was a land use attorney, and then later on I served for 6 years on the University of Missouri Board of Curators, and in 2003 I was president of the Board of Curators. Throughout these proceedings, I have focused my criticism on the role of the university, and I will do so again tonight, but I'd like to encourage all of you as business people and decision makers to consider the fact that you serve as the last chance to serve this back to the University of Missouri system. In March 2018, you made a bold decision. If the county council had supported and upheld your recommendation, we would not have the situation we're facing tonight with winners and losers. We could be winners all around. For a couple of minutes tonight, please think of the movie It's a Wonderful Life, because it is still possible to change the future and save the past. It is still possible. Specifically, you can recommend against approval of the plan and against the variances tonight. If the county council then agrees with you, the developer will not receive the approval he needs, and the contract with the University of Missouri will no longer be binding. The university will once again control this property. Moon Choi, the system president who inherited this contract from his predecessor, will have a do-over. In consultation with the Board of Curators, he could instruct Kevin Hogue and his real estate lawyers to take the open and transparent approach expected of a public land grant university. The Board of Curators could discuss whether they need to sell the land that they received for $1 more than 70 years ago. I have been told on multiple occasions, talking to my colleagues, that the full Board of Curators has never discussed the sale of this property and its implications because they have a legally binding contract. Your decision tonight could give them this opportunity. That's a win. If they decide to sell, the university could craft a request for proposals looking for buyers who would preserve the natural and conservation heritage of this undisturbed bluff while bringing in top dollar for this land. The university could put a permanent conservation easement on the property so it would never be developed. We've discussed this with Moon Choi. Foundations that have expressed interest in the entire tract and individuals could submit bids to preserve this land as a conservation investment. That's a win. The university would make far more money in this sales scenario and would have been spared the harsh criticism and damage to its reputation that have resulted from this private transaction in which the university actually approached one developer asking him to submit a proposal. If the university needs the funds, this sale could have one lump sum transferred upon closing, unlike the phased drawdown that is structured in the current contract. That's a win. Please remember, none of these high-potential conversations can take place while the university has a binding contract with the developer. None, zero, not allowed. So you play a major role in all of this. Meanwhile, the Whitaker proposal has reignited discussions about the future and fate of the golf course. The county executive and St. Charles County Parks can work with the developer and the university to discuss innovative management of the lease going forward. Thanks to this process, all of the parties have become acquainted and have been meeting to discuss the RFQ and the future of the leasehold and golf course. The golf course as a county park is also a win. With these decisions, the trees and native plants win, the undisturbed river bluff and the birds and wildlife win, past conservationists and future generations win because you took a stand on something that can never be enhanced and never, ever be replaced. The future doesn't have to be what's on this plan and these elevations that were presented to you. This is the last best chance to insist that the university handle this the right way. Please vote tonight as if you truly value the past and the future of this rare parcel. Give the university one last chance to do right by the citizens of Missouri.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Ralph Fremmer, 822 North Clay, Kirkwood, Missouri, 63122.
Go ahead, Ralph.
It's good to be back, kind of. Last time I was here, I was the executive director of TrailNet, so I can check the box of what I think about the site plan and how it's changed from a transportation perspective and from a safety and from a pedestrian and a bicycle. It's just no good. The northeast side, all the crossing of Great Rivers Greenway, by the way, doesn't even have a voice in this. They're a public agency. They can't even comment. They're not advocates. Well, I stand up as an advocate for them and saying that, hey, this is a serious concern here. But I'm not here tonight as TrailNet. I'm here tonight as the new executive director for Magnificent Missouri. This role was created as a means to grow and build upon the selfless work that Dan and Connie Burkhart have done, the Bush family, followed by the taxpayers and other philanthropists who's participated in the vision of the countryside, unblemished by needless development. What a surprise it is to have to come here again and make an appeal for common sense. It's really no surprise at all. We're getting used to it, and this is your reputation as a county. So my job is to put forth and engage in conversations throughout the corridor on topics of commerce and conservation. The leveraging of the history and pristine countryside of that special place with a return on investment centered on somebody other than ourselves. Some that we'll never know, and many who are not even born yet. Our work and the work of other selfless people and organizations provides a return on investment of the right kind for many years to come. It's not a selfish land deal with a small group of one-timers benefiting. There are other organizations significantly invested in this corridor, organizations like Missouri Humanities Council, other public agencies like Great Rivers Greenway, Missouri Department of Conservation, Missouri State Parks, who, by the way, again, can't advocate or can't form an opinion on this. They can only tell you what to do if it needs to change. As an advocacy organization, it's my purpose to be a voice for the people. We have an outreach right now, and I've been doing this about a month, of over 2,000 subscribers to our newsletter that live in the last 100 miles of the Missouri River. We have a magazine that we publish. Over 17,000 go out throughout the entire region talking about how good it is to have this pristine land. Magnificent Missouri is proud to serve those people who see the value of good decision-making as well as the pursuit of truth when looking at what is right and what is wrong. Magnificent Missouri and its constituents vehemently oppose this development and challenge the council in their decision-making to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Debbie Cole, 8 Grazier Acres, St. Louis, Missouri, 63146. Okay, so you asked to address the variances, and I can do that because I'm kind of coming late to this party. This is the first meeting I've been at. And I'm not an engineer, but I am someone, I think, who's got some common sense, and I'm listening to all this for the first time. And it's a variance for this, and a variance for that, and a variance for this, and a variance for that, and I'm thinking, if you have that many variances, why are you trying to put this here? Because it doesn't sound like it's a very good spot for it. If you have to make that many exceptions to the rule, I don't see how it's going to work. And I'm listening to how steep all of this is. And then they got to put this special thing in to all the houses, because of the rainwater and the runoff. And I'm not even thinking just of the water. And first of all, I mean, folks, this is the new normal. This kind of water and this kind of rain we're getting, and you're going to put all these houses with all this runoff. I ride the Katy Trail on a very, very frequent basis. And it's not just the water that worries me, it's the mud. I mean, you get mud across the Katy Trail and people aren't gonna ride on it. And I can't tell you, I'm riding the trail this week. We're renting a cabin, we're gonna eat at restaurants, a little bit outside of Boonville, but I can't tell you how many times I've ridden down that trail and I'm eating at the Defiance, Augusta, we see a little restaurant and we go, hey, let's have a burger and a beer, and then we turn around and come back. You are going to kill the golden goose. I think Katy Trail has been very good for St. Charles County. And in fact, I read that with all the flooding, how so many of these businesses have been unduly affected in a very negative way. And people don't ride for a 47-acre park. That's just going to be grass with a few flowers. People ride to see what they see when they're riding past those trees. And you're just going to kill the golden goose if you allow this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Christopher Caldwell, 169 Cooperwick Road, Winsville, Missouri, 63385. I strongly object to this proposed zoning changes, the site plans, and the numerous waivers of regulation to allow this development. Public safety is a major concern. Fire is a major concern with elevations of the houses so close together. With a 50% grade, a brush fire could turn into a major problem. Then you're going to have parking where the fire engines won't have the ability to get to the fire because people are going to ignore the no parking signs. Period. They will ignore it. I know for a fact they will ignore no parking signs. They will speed. 15-mile speed limit will mean absolutely nothing to them. With the unpredictable weather of snow and ice, how can they have a 15% grade? Cooperwick Road, where I live, is a 12% grade. I'm the third house down from the top of the hill. Every winter, I have to park my car at the top of the hill and walk down because an unpredictable snow, ice event happened before they could treat it. People are going to get hurt. It's on you guys to do something and stand up for the people to stop this terrible development that people are going to get hurt because of the public risk. We've heard nothing about Francis House School District. We've heard nothing about the school buses. We've heard nothing about the school buses coming in the wintertime and turning around and trying to get out when they only have a couple kids on the bus and they're not going to have any traction. Numerous times I've had Francis House school buses stuck in front of my house. Numerous times. Fire is a danger and we need to still address it. I grew up in Southern California. The government had the foresight and the strength to say no to the developers and turn the Santa Monica Mountains into a natural preserve. Almost 300,000 acres of natural preserve. It's preserved today because those government leaders had the strength to stand up and say no to the developers and save it for the people, we the people. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Bill Otto. I live in 12 Seabiscuit Drive in St. Charles, Missouri. I think I can truly address the variances here. The gentleman before mentioned a lot of the restrictions, a lot of the problems that the variances are going to cause. I will tell you, I've been in your seat before, both as a member on the other side of the river, of course, both as a member and ex officio. But more importantly, I was on the Board of Adjustment, City of St. Charles, for quite some time. One thing we found out right away was if a developer came in with a lot of variances on a particular project, usually it was because it was not profitable without them. If they came in with a lot of, and of course I think, or they're trying to put 5 pounds of water in a 3-pound bucket. And that's exactly what I think this is, sort of on both sides. The other thing that we found out right away was when if a developer came in, obviously, afterwards and wanted variances, it was there to improve the profitability. I don't know whether or not, I know there's a lot of things that they're offering here on these variances, the narrow streets, the shorter setbacks, all the grade. It's all is going to improve profitability. I know it's being advertised as being more to increase green space and all that, but I don't understand how the narrow streets, the setback, all of this is good for the community. I would ask you to turn the variances down, just turn them down. I know this crowd wouldn't particularly like it. I don't know exactly what your rules are, but that won't kill the project. That just means that you can't build the project without staying in the ordinances themselves. You have to do the way everybody else does. Sometimes variances, and we granted a lot of variances on this board, and sometimes they were certainly viable and certainly good for a particular resident and development. But honestly, this one seems like a problem coming with a number of variances, what they need, what they're trying to do. I know they're advertising it now as increasing green space. I think it's disingenuous. I think you turn them down, make them come back with another proposal if that's possible. But if they don't, then your decision was right, because you're telling them if you can't stay within the ordinances, go somewhere else and develop it. This is not the right spot. Thanks very much.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Kathleen Henry, 319 North 4th Street, Suite 800, St. Louis, Missouri, 63102. I'm an attorney at Great Rivers Environmental Law Center, which is a nonprofit environmental law firm in St. Louis. We've been looking into the legality of the PUD on behalf of Weldon Woods, Inc., which is a Missouri nonprofit with a mission of conservation, education, and advocacy, and exists to provide stewardship and to promote and guide preservation for land in St. Charles County, including the lands complementary to the Great Rivers Greenway and Katy Trails and extending through the Missouri Research Park areas. We're asking you to not approve this layout and lot design. One reason concerns a paragraph in the declaration. The PUD contains a declaration of governance, and in Article 12 of the declaration, Section 2 states that owners acknowledge that the Duckett Creek Sewer District and Zoltec Corporation are existing tenants of Missouri Research Park. And, quote, each lot is subject to a negative easement in favor of property owners and tenants of Missouri Research Park with respect to noise, odor, or light encroachment, for the purpose of allowing Duckett Creek Sewer District and Zoltec Corporation to continue to operate in the future without interference and objection. End quote. This appears to be an attempt to prevent future landowners from bringing nuisance actions against Duckett Creek Sewer District and Zoltec. Think about it. No matter how bad the sewage smells, or how late the noises go, or how bright the lights are on the companies, this county will be forbidding people, attempting to forbid people to forbid private parties from bringing lawsuits against private corporations. The commission should think twice about allowing houses to be built so close to businesses that emit odors and make noise. A purchaser might visit the area and decide he or she can take the noise and odors. But what if the sewage company or Zoltec expands and increases the odors and noises from those existing now? How can the commission think it's wise or legal to try to forbid a private party for trying to redress those issues through the courts? This provision is arbitrary and capricious, and the county is failing to promote public health, safety, and welfare, and the provision appears to constitute illegal contract and conditional zoning. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jacob Ritz, 319 North 4th Street, Suite 800, St. Louis, Missouri, 63102. I'm a second-year law student at WashU School of Law and a legal intern at Great Rivers Environmental Law Center. Last year, you voted no on the Missouri Bluffs development due to the negative impact on the Missouri River Bluffs. I would urge you again to vote no on this preliminary plat and final development plan. Tonight, I will discuss how the submitted preliminary plat and final development plan failed to meet the requirements of the St. Charles County Unified Development Ordinance. Specifically, the preliminary plat and final development plan failed to meet the requirements of Section 405-200C, which sets forth the design standards for PUD. At the April 8th, 2019 County Council meeting, the Council amended Section 405-200C of the United Development Ordinance. Previously, the ordinance required all pre-developed slopes of 20% or more shall remain undisturbed and platted as common ground, with a possible waiver for slopes between 20 to 30%. Now, however, the amended ordinance requires that pre-developed slopes of 20% or more to remain undisturbed and platted as common ground or subject to enforceable non-disturbance restrictions shown on and improved with the preliminary plat pursuant to Section 405-223. The possibility of waiver is also extended now to slopes between 20 and 50%. These and other changes severely reduce the limitations placed on building on steep slopes. This ordinance, however, requires that enforceable non-disturbance restrictions be put in place during the preliminary plat process. As shown in the preliminary plat and final development plan, before it was in the blue and brown, some of these lots have slopes exceeding 20%. Therefore, this preliminary plat and final development plan requires enforceable non-disturbance restrictions on these homes, but NT Homes has not submitted any and thus has failed to meet the requirements of this ordinance. You should not approve this plan with areas where slopes are greater than 20% that are not common ground or subject to an enforceable non-disturbance agreement. You should deny NT Homes' request for approval until at the bare minimum they submit these for these slopes. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Lander Burley, 319 North 4th Street, St. Louis, Missouri, 63102.
Go ahead.
My name is Lander Burley, and I'm a rising tool at WashU Law School and summer intern at Great Rivers Environmental Law Center. I think it is important to further explore the requested variances to best understand their impact on the natural watercourses in the area. So according to 410.110C2B of the Unified Development Ordinances, the preliminary plat requires that, quote, watercourses left in their natural state must be shown within common ground, and that, quote, lot lines must be set back from the top of the existing stream bank, unquote. However, the developer has requested a variance from this requirement so that the natural watercourses are protected by easement instead of by common ground. The results of this easement, or of this variance on the watercourses are unclear. In order to best protect these streams, the county has decided on the establishment and maintenance of a native vegetated buffer adjacent to natural watercourses. There are specific limitations on altering the natural conditions of this buffer from 405.5026B. But how does the common ground requirement protect this vegetated buffer for these natural water courses? According to 405.210A, quote, all land not subdivided into lots or used as building sites shall be deemed common ground and have ownership vested with a nonprofit property owners association. This puts the burden on the property owners association to maintain the vegetated buffer around these natural water courses that will best protect these streams. So why does the developer request the variance to protect through easement rather than common ground? Well, in Article 3, Section 1C of the declaration, the developer has given each, quote, owner and occupant a non-exclusive perpetual right and easement of ingress, egress, and enjoyment over, across, upon, and to the commons, unquote. The existence of this easement gives homeowners the ability to use these watercourses and could result in the destruction of the vegetated buffer and streams. Or there's a possibility that the developer has not put these natural watercourses in the commons and instead include them in the homeowner's individual plots of land. And then the developer will have an easement in order to protect the vegetated buffer. This could give the individual homeowners the responsibility of maintaining the vegetated buffer instead of the association because it would be on their land, which could dilute the responsibility of the management of the buffer and result in the vegetation of the watercourses not being properly maintained. The exact differences between protection of watercourse by common ground versus by easement needs to be further looked into, such as what negative effects it could have on the watercourses and surrounding area. So we ask you to deny the variance of protection of watercourses by easement, or at least require additional information. Thanks.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Cynthia Metcalf, 150 Carondelet Plaza, Clayton, Missouri.
Go ahead, Cynthia.
Thank you. I would like to respectfully suggest that you give a lot of consideration to what two or three other people have said, and which also jibes with my experience, city council experience and development experience. And that is that when a project and a site are not a good match, it requires variances. So the variances require a really hard look. Are they an indication that there's a problem and that's the problem? And I think in this case, a project that wouldn't need those variances and that would be very well suited to Newtown or the city of St. Charles, rows of houses with a large proportion of hardscape on each lot, may not be suited to an uneven territory, hilltops, heavily forested and fragile soil with large grade changes. So I do think variances are at the heart as an indicator and as something that should be really, let's say, very gravely considered before they're granted, because they may be there for that very reason. In other words, they're required because the project isn't suited. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Rhonda Hani, 939 Golden Acres Lane, Weldon Spring, Missouri, 63304.
Go ahead.
While I don't, this is public property, and while I don't feel that individuals, I feel that they should be able to sell their property when they want, as they feel, but this is public. This is for everyone, and so I feel like it's important for all of us to have a voice in what happens to this. I'm speaking on behalf of the families, and it's the reason why this university even has this property in the first place. I'm speaking on behalf of them.
Ma'am, speak to the variances.
Okay, well, well, I commend the hard work that's been done with all of this, but I don't care about it because one house on that property is too many. It's one too many. I am let's see, hold on just a second. I am a fourth generation, hold on, I'm so sorry. I lost my,
Technology is great when it works.
it is, isn't it? I'm a fourth generation of a family that lived in the Howell-Hamburg area. And they were forced to leave their property. They were given a mere pittance for it. I've read that these homes are going to cost between $500,000 and $1 million apiece, but that's almost the price of what the whole property was all the people were paid for. And it is a shame that all of this ground is going to be sold, and these families are not going to have any benefit from it at all. So if they're not going to benefit from it, then it needs to stay in the community, and it needs to be available for the public to enjoy, and in remembrance of these people that gave up everything. They gave up everything and had to move and gave up everything for this. So to me, it's not right for this sale to go through at all, and I think that you all should stop it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Leanne Starr. I live at 1155 Jackson Street here in St. Charles, Missouri. The people who owned this land before World War II were forced...
Ma'am,
Yes?
we are aware of that. You need to speak to the variances.
Okay. This is one paragraph. It won't take
Ma'am,
me any time.
please.
No, then I'll just leave. I just object to any government entity reappropriating this land and it not being public land anymore.
We appreciate that.
All right, thanks.
Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Dennis Orlando, 4081 Ramona Lane, St. Charles, 63304. I have a major concern about some of the traffic conditions in that there. They had the study saying, well, there's going to be this many cars and this many people seeing them. Well, that doesn't include guests, trash trucks, service trucks, any of that. And none of that has been addressed. Another issue is, I think we all know, once people are there, are they going to allow above ground pools? What other structures on the property or any of that? Has any of that been addressed? Because we all know, you buy your house, now you want to do what you want to do with it. And they're going to have kids, possibly, probably, four-wheelers or ATVs and that running through the woods because it's adjacent to there. We're not going to have police guarding the trails or anything, or if we have to pay, does the county have to pay for the police to guard the trail from that? So I just want to be realistic about that. It's not only St. Charles and St. Louis County residents. I met a couple the last time I was there from DeSoto that came up to see the trails there. Why would they drive all the way from DeSoto, which is out in the country, to come to St. Charles and frequent the trail there? They love it. I've met a lot of people on the Katy and on the Bush Greenway there, riding bikes, hiking and that, from not only around here, but around the country. Apparently, there's publications and that highlight the Katy Trail and the accesses to it. And with that, so it's a gold mine for St. Charles to have that area pristine next to a highly developed area that close. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Getting worn out. Yeah.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Arnie C. A.C. Didoff. I'm a county public advocate and citizen. And my mailing address is P.O. Box 1535 in O'Fallon. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I want to make it a matter of public record. Public hearing and testimonies under Chapter 89 of the revised state statutes, there is no time limit. This has been contested in our state circuit courts, and also there's case law and an opinion of the Attorney General that states you cannot limit the time of any public testimony before a Planning and Zoning Commission at the municipal, village, or county level. You've been limiting speech of almost every speaker, and I ask that you refrain from doing that because you're in violation of state statute, and you being a professor of law at Lindenwood University should know better.
Can you cite that Supreme Court case for us?
I will get them for you.
Thank you.
Now, I hope that this is not a dog and pony show, and I hope that all these people throughout the county and throughout the region and our state didn't, in this stormy weather, waste their time and energy to come here just to be on deaf ears. Now, you had an executive session before this meeting, and Mr. Greg Dorman to my immediate right and Mr. Watson, the new county counselor, gave you special instructions in closed session out of public view, in my opinion, that may be a violation of Chapter 610, the Open Meetings and Sunshine Act. My goal and mission is to ensure that this land remains in our public ownership. This land was sold for $1 to the University of Missouri curators and the University of Missouri system. You had the closed meeting about the bluffs before this main meeting, and you were given a brief by Mr. Watson and Mr. Dorman, as I said. I think that you need to share that information with the public and not keep it secret what you meant behind these closed doors at 6 p.m. this evening. Now, in June 2018, you rezoned 386 acres. You voted down 8-1 by 95% of this commission, except for Mr. Fromm in the middle, who voted yes, who's a personal friend of Mr. Whitaker's.
That's not true.
Now,
and when you say that in testimony, you're lying. So you're lying right now.
You don't have a social relationship with Mr. Whitaker?
I do not.
Okay. Then I stand corrected. I'm requesting that the commission table this action until all contract negotiations are exhausted with the university and the Board of Curators by Mr. Watson, the county council, and the county parks department. We have over $15 million of reserve funds for new parklands, and I went to the university yesterday and met with the staff and administration, and it seems like this deal is going to be made and it's going to preserve this land for all of our 435,000 county residents. Now I have some concerns about the variances. It will infringe on the Katy Trail and the natural landscape. That's a given. Number two, the continued contract negotiations discussion with the St. Charles County Parks and the acquisition needs to go through for its fruition. Number three, the density issue of the homes is still very large and of consequences. Number four, changing the ordinance and the building codes for Whitaker was sponsored by Mr. Mike Klinghammer, who's on the county council and also the planning and zoning commissioner, who also represents Mr. Whitaker, as Mr. Whitaker is a resident of District 6 in his district. Now, the steep grade of these roadways, asking for the variances and special consideration was Tim Whitaker, asked Mr. Klinghammer to ask Mr. Watson to draft the ordinance and bring it before the county council about 6 months ago.
That's not true.
That is true.
No, sir, it is not.
That is very true.
I never had a conversation with Tim Whitaker.
The grade went from 30% to 50% change. Special consideration and special legislation, then we treat all of our other contractors and all of our other subdivision builders in St. Charles County. That's wrong and discriminatory practices. You changed the ordinance months ago from 30% to 50%, and Councilman Klinghammer voted in the affirmative. Now, I have questions, and I've not seen any letters from Access for Emergency Vehicles, from the Cottleville Fire Protection District, or the County Ambulance District. I haven't seen any safety of school bus turnaround radiuses from the Francis Howell School Board or its school district or the Director of Transportation. That was not in the packet and part of the packet. What about the quality of our environment? These are public lands, need to remain in the public venue, either becoming recreational, green space, passive use, public land use, or remain agricultural. There's landscape issues, there's setback issues. I ask that you turn down the variance for setback.
You have a minute, Mr.
You don't do
Dinoff.
this for there's no law that requires a limit
Mr. Dinoff,
on
I told
time.
you you have a minute.
There's no law. I will challenge you in circuit court, and I ask you to ask your counselor, and I have the time to be finished.
You want to read this?
What is it?
This is a Supreme Court decision.
Cite the case.
Ruth Campbell versus County Commission of Franklin County and Union Electric Company, DBA Ameren, Missouri. While the specific procedures for conducting the hearing can be tailored to meet logistical necessities, which means we would allow as many people as possible to speak, the requirement of a public hearing pursuant to section 64.875 requires at a minimum that the public be given an opportunity, not an unlimited time. You have 1 minute, sir.
That was not the past practice of this commission, and Mr.
Sir,
Watson gave
sir,
you
you
inappropriate
have a minute.
There are landscape issues, there are setback issues that need to be, the variance needs to be turned down. The buffer variance needs to be turned down. There need to be assurances, and our tree code ordinance is being violated in the number of percentage. Water retention and detention area, the release to the creek is of question, and I ask that you turn down this variance. Now, when it comes to staff, county staff recommendation, it sounds like they're playing favoritism to Tim Whitaker and his family and not in favor of us, the residents, giving us protections to protect us as county residents. They have one condition, and that's that a declaration of subdivision easement to protect development from disturbances be filed with the recorder of deeds. Where are all the other required conditions that Mr. Herberger, the guy in the middle playing with his phone, who's the director of community development, we haven't heard from, why is he playing favoritism to the Whitaker family? I ask that you vote resoundingly to vote this down. The community has spoken very loudly, and I ask that you vote this down unanimously. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. We will ask the applicant to come back to address if you so wish.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, could I take 5 minutes to talk to the folks on my team because they have different expertise about the comments so that I may give a proper response?
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
We're in recess.
He didn't, but he doesn't care. I mean,
school board, he was like, that's everything. Hold certain things in the ground. All right. But school boards, he didn't do himself any favors by attacking members of the commission. No. Well, that's when I decided to embarrass him. Yeah. Yeah, I remembered I had that superintendent case. Yeah. Who did he take on? I guess he did. We're back in session. Oh. He'll be back. He'll catch up.
He'll get caught up.
Go ahead, Mr. Goss.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving us that time. I think the variances that we're requesting is setback variances that has always been consistent with what our plan has been from the get-go. Our concept plan provided for those. We're not changing them because what we do want to do is preserve the property. The further back in the lot you get, you do have steeper slopes. That's why what we analyzed in the slope study that we did, we went back to the maximum amount that we would go on that site, which is 120 feet, which is more than enough. That includes drive, house, and then some in terms of that depth for what will be built there. So we went beyond where we thought we would be having any kind of disturbance. We did that on purpose. We wanted to figure out, all right, do we have an issue here? And what that slope study shows is that we really don't. We've got a handful of lots that are like at a 33% slope, and we're going to have to present those soil study to the planning director and have him make his determination if that's appropriate or not. That is what your code provides. And so, you know, we will comply with that. But the whole idea of this is if we follow a 25-foot or 30-foot front yard setback for an R1A, then we're just going to be further down the slope and further into the woods and further into the disturbance that everyone is asking us not to do. So it's counterintuitive that we would do that if, in fact, what we're trying to do is preserve the site and come up with a development that truly is a conservation rural type development. I'm going to let Doug Tiemann and Brian talk about the roads and the road design because that's more their expertise.
To discuss the roads, as I said before, this is a rural street standard that we're using, and we're using it for a purpose. The purpose is to slow traffic down. And when you have a narrower street, it's been proven many times, many studies, you go slower than you do on a wide subdivision street because you drive faster because you're more comfortable with something that is 26 or 32 feet wide with curb and gutters. If you drive on a narrower street, which a lot of them are down in Newtown, when you drive on those streets with cars on the side, you drive slower because there are obstacles there that you are paying attention to instead of a wide open street when you go faster. That is part of the design of this. And that design leads to us having steeper streets that we're requesting, and the streets tie into the pavement roundings that we've asked for, and the right-of-way roundings that we asked for, and also the K values that we are asking for. We have also submitted diagrams which show where these variances are. We have those circled where we're exceeding those, and as you can see, there's very limited areas. And again, the whole purpose is to conserve and preserve the site. If we do the county standards, then you're going to have a development that ends up destroying more trees, doing more grading, which we are trying very hard and have worked with the site very, very meticulously to try to minimize that as much as possible. That was the direction that we had at the very beginning. That was the value of this site, and we also want to preserve that. So that is why we're asking for the number of those, the pavement width, the street width, the pavement rounding, the right-of-way rounding, the slope, the K value, and the cul-de-sac length to keep the number of cul-de-sacs to a minimum, also keeps the disturbance to a minimum. So that is the reason for that. The reasons that we have cul-de-sacs where we have put them in locations, and we don't want to put them in areas where we're going to cause more disturbance. We put them at the ends, and you can see by our plan where the lots extend out. And when you look at the green areas and the hatched green areas, the solid green areas are the maximum area that would be the building pad that we talked about. And we're not going to probably be in that, but we wanted to give the flexibility to the owners of the homes, which are going to be custom, to be able to fit the house in the flattest area. These are all going to be, the majority of them are going to be very narrow homes, roughly 40, maybe some at 50 feet wide. They're not going to be big homes because they're going to preserve that view in the back. And they're all going to be, especially the ones that are on the downhill side. There's some that are on that are uphill, but they're all going to be walkout homes, and they're going to have a deck at the lower level to preserve that and be able to be right there in the trees. That is how our design, how we've looked at it, how we've looked at homes, and how we've fitted them on this site. I'll be happy to answer any more questions, but these variances that we're requesting are for a reason to keep the streets to speeds that people will be comfortable driving and slow them down.
Sir, you've made reference to Newtown, but in Newtown, there's parking on the sides of the street?
There are parking on, well, not everywhere. There are areas with parking on one side. There are areas with parking on two sides. There are alleys that are 12 feet wide. And in that place, it's existed for a number of years. They don't have problems that people are parking in places. They don't have problems where they create access problems. People understand that.
Well, my point is, in your proposal, there'll be no parking on the street, correct?
Only in the designated
parking areas which are off the street.
No parking on the street, but we have what I'll call a little turnout that we've designated,
but
57 of those.
I don't want to mischaracterize your statement, but this is what I heard, was that one of the reasons people drove slower in Newtown was because of the obstacles the cars parked on the side of the street. Is that correct?
They do.
Okay.
Cars parked on the side of the street will slow you down because it narrows up your section and you're not comfortable to go the speed, a faster speed.
I know, I've driven in Newtown. But in this situation, there'll be no obstacles on the side of the street.
There'll be 20-foot wide streets, and then we will have those parking spaces that are on
But there's no obstacles to slow me down if I want to drive more than 15 miles an hour.
And I guess what kind of obstacle?
Parked cars.
We do have some spaces.
Well, but that's off the street. I'm talking about on the street.
True. They're not on the street.
Correct. So there's no obstacles to slow me down.
But
I can drive whatever I feel comfortable driving.
And that is true.
Any other questions regarding traffic, streets?
No, I had another question, but not traffic.
Okay.
I think, Brian, do you want to respond to
I did want to respond on one of the comments. Our traffic study only included existing ramps to the interstate, so we don't have any fictitious ramps that aren't currently there. Our directional distribution is based on the two nearby interchanges and distributed that way appropriately. This development is going to generate 40% less traffic than we previously identified, so again, traffic we don't see to be an issue. The internal streets, typical residential streets can be as low as 9-foot wide lanes, depending on volume. So the 10-foot proposed lanes would be adequate to serve the homes within the subdivision. Again, the narrow width does make you feel less comfortable driving faster, so the narrower lanes do seem like you're more confined, so you do typically drive slower when there are slower lanes. It's pretty much kind of a standard rural street type setting for the design for it, so I don't see any real traffic related issues on the internal streets either.
When you did your traffic study, what was the route you projected people would use to go west on Interstate 4064?
I believe it was 25% to the west, and then
what would be their route? How would they get westbound?
their route would either be through Missouri Park up to 94, or go across the interstate up to the roundabout and go Technology to Seaton Top over to 94
and come back
to go further west that way. Correct. So it's kind of a unintuitive way to get to the interstate to go west at this location, but the appropriate routes are included in there.
Any questions?
With the density of the lots and the sloping of the street and curvature, what is the site distances that would, in terms of time, they're going to be 15-foot setbacks, this is going to be a curved street, what is going to be the site distances concerns? And maybe that's more a question for Mr. Steeman.
And I know we'll have to meet all of our site distance requirements for that speed. And so we will design it, and the street will be designed, what we've laid out now meets stopping site distance for all of our crests and our Ks and meet that. It'll have to meet those criteria, but that's part of the based on the design speed for the road.
Okay. And I did have a question for Mr. Goss. The question came up about the watercourse protection, the common ground versus by easement. Could you explain what the reasoning is for that?
Yeah, it's twofold. When we were designing this project, when we began with the first design, if my memory serves, we had about 2,100 lineal feet of waters of the United States that we were impacting through the development, either through street crossings or lots and grading, et cetera. So looking at that, that was not acceptable to the developer because he did not want to impact waters of the United States. We asked the engineers go back, redesign this. They came back and they'd gotten it down to, I think it's like 800 lineal feet. We said, no. Zero means zero. So we got rid of some more lots, changed the design, and we have zero impact on any waters of the United States in this development. So we are a no permit development as a consequence as far as the Corps of Engineers is concerned. So any of the waters of the United States in this project, they're not on lots. They are in the restricted, those non-disturbance areas down in the south and the southwest. So we don't want to make those common ground because then everybody can go and disturb them. Rather, we want to put a restriction on them, and a restriction that will be on the Plat in terms of non-disturbance. So we believe that is a much more appropriate way to go in this instance. If we had creeks or streams that were running behind lots that you have in some urban areas, you have in the city of St. Charles, for example, that would be different. And I would understand that you would create common ground in that instance. That's not what we have here. And we'll be going through the entire site with the county staff. Assuming this is approved, we will walk the entire site and make sure that that we have identified everything that they believe is a water course under the county definitions, and we will appropriately protect it.
So you believe that by making an easement rather than common, it protects the area more?
We do, because that's something that is, people are not to be into. It's a restriction, and it's not something like common ground where everyone can go and walk and do whatever they want to do.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the reason for it.
I have a question. I'm looking at the slide, removed 46 acres for park.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume what the 46 acres is all this marked in gray?
No, it's green. It's the green area. That's when I took you through the.
Okay, well, what's the gray?
That is more of the non-disturbance area.
Okay.
Those are non-disturbance areas on the plat. But those aren't the 46 acres that are that were part of the RFQ that are under discussion with sale to St. Charles County.
Okay, so here's my question. So those are non-disturbance areas, and if my yard backs up to this non-disturbance area, one of your variances is to have no signs. Who's going to control that?
If the commission would like us to put those signs up, we will. The reason I asked for the variance is literally we will have them throughout the entire subdivision, because the entire subdivision is subject to a restriction that you can't cut trees down. But I'm comfortable putting the signs up. If that is important to this commission, absolutely we'll put them up. To me, it didn't seem necessary, but I'm happy to do it. I mean, it's not like we're trying to have the public be uninformed, because they're going to be subject to these conservation restrictions. In order to cut any tree, they've got to get the permission of the neighborhood architect. I'm very comfortable putting the signs up wherever the county staff would tell us to put them.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I want all of our developments to be successful. I'll start off saying that. I've got serious concerns, though, about the lack of parking for guests that are coming. I mean, something that's been brought up tonight. In one area, there's at least 18 or 19 houses that you'd have to walk past to get to one of the little bump out parking areas that has 4 or 5 spaces. Can you give me another example of a development that's built like this, that has no street parking, and you have to walk past, I don't know, it doesn't give me the exact dimension on here, but I assume that these probably have 75-foot lots is what it appears to be, but that's a long way to go to park. Is there another example of that anywhere in the region that I go take a look at? And
not off the top of my head that I know of. I'd be happy to look into that. I know that there's some other developments. I believe Mount Laurel is a similar type of development, but I don't want to tell you something that is inaccurate. But I'm more than happy to.
I can't think of any that don't have some sort of parking. Either one, Mr. Timmer, you pointed out that there's plenty that have parking on one side of the street, but not both. But even in Newtown and Charlestown next door, there's limited parking, but still, you can park on one side or the other.
It depends on the street. Some streets are no parking streets. Some streets are yield conditions. Some streets are through conditions. In Newtown, you have 21 different types of streets, and they're established for very particular reasons.
In Newtown, and I'm quite familiar with Newtown.
I know you are.
I don't think there's anywhere in Newtown that you have to walk past 18 houses to get to a place to park.
Absolutely a different type of development. I would agree with you.
So,
and certainly if the...
What I'm asking for is to find me another example of this, or somewhere even close to that, because if I was buying a house in this neighborhood and I couldn't have a party because, my friends aren't going to walk a half a mile to park their car. And if they do, there's only 4 places to park.
Right.
So I just find some other place that's like that and let me know.
We'll
Thank you.
Be happy to look into it, and we can also look into the guest parking areas if that's something that the commission believes we ought to reevaluate.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Goss or his assistants? Seeing none, thank you. We'll bring this back to the commission for consideration. Anyone have any questions for staff? Any comments?
Yeah, I do have a question for staff on this. So if we vote down the variance, it stays at county standards, correct? They can build at county standards.
Well, my understanding is your options are to recommend for approval, recommend approval with changes, or recommend denial. And it is kind of a package, I would call it, in that everything's kind of integrated together. If they don't have the variances to go along with it, they can't really build the streets in this fashion. And they'd have to come back and they'd have to have, probably, they could propose some alternative, but be more grading and the streets would be different. That's true. And they'd have to come back for that. So I do see it as sort of a integrated package with the land use and the subdivision regulations all working together.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments by any commissioner?
Yep.
Good.
You want to go first?
That doesn't matter.
We're so polite. First off, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight and sharing your concerns. What's really before us, though, is talking about the variances. And a lot of what you guys have brought up tonight, I absolutely agree with. The way that this ground was originally acquired from the owners back in the late 1930s and 40s was absolutely atrocious and wrong. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. My family's been part of St. Charles County for a long time also. It was quite the history lesson to me to hear the impact of what that meant to the families. If there was a way we could wave a magic wand and do something about what happened, so long ago, I really wish that we could. But I want to thank Rhonda Haney, especially for bringing that to our attention again. That is an absolute travesty, and it's an embarrassment to our federal government. We can't change it, though. I mean, I wish we could. I've looked at it. The university has the right to sell it to whoever they want to at this stage, and we don't have the power to change that. The county council doesn't have the power to change it either. If we deny it, it does not mean that it would suddenly become a public land. It isn't now, and nor can we force it to be. In fact, the university could develop this land without our input whatsoever. They have that right. There are other ground that they've already developed for the businesses there. They did not have to come to our board or to the county council to do it. They could build the subdivision on their own if they so chose, and have no input from us whatsoever. I could get up here and talk about how they should put sidewalks in, or the pitch of the roads, or the grade of the roads. They don't have to listen to us whatsoever. They have their own powers of development that is beyond our control. So if we did turn it down, and if that's the decision that's made, it does not mean that it's not going to get developed anyway, and it may be developed into something that's different than what this is. So I want to make that point. What we really have to talk about tonight is the variances, and that's what we need to have discussions about, and then make our recommendation to the full council. So thank you. I appreciate everybody's input.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to address the variance issue. So very good segue. So I do have some concerns about the egress and ingress of the amount of traffic coming in and out of the development. I think there's some real concerns with the density of development and the road width. I think there's some safety issues of the length of the cul-de-sac, things like that. I think the tightness of the curves is a concern, and I think the steepness of the slopes variance is also a concern. So I'd just like to say that's my concerns.
Anyone else?
I personally, I feel like the reasoning behind, I don't know, I know it's not the only reason, but the reasoning behind a 20-foot wide street is to make sure people drive slower. I just can't wrap my head around that one. There's other reasons behind it that we're not being told and I don't know about, but I just have trouble believing that. So that's my opinion.
Anyone else? Chair will entertain a motion to approve application PRE 19-03, the preliminary plat and final development plan for the Missouri Bluffs PUD located at 18 Research Park Circle. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to vote on it.
Mr. Clary makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. McDonald. Mr. Klinghammer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
No.
Mr. Clary?
No.
Mr. Fromm?
No.
Mr. Kuhn?
No.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
And I vote no. Approval does not pass on a vote of 2 in favor, 5 opposed. Okay, moving along with the agenda. It's just 10 o'clock. We'll take a couple of minutes, please. Exit as quickly as possible and
What's this?
take your conversations downstairs.
Okay.
The next item on our agenda is a rezoning request, RZ 19-07. Location is 1652 Piney Road. The property owner is Bromley Family Trust. The applicants are Vernon L. Bromley and Joyce A. Bromley. The existing zoning is A, Agricultural District. Requested zoning is R1B, Single Family Residence, 20,000 square foot minimum lot size. The 2030 master plan recommends low density residential, 1 to 4 dwellings per acre. The area is 0.85 acres located in a 1.94 acre parcel. The location is on the south side of Piney Road, approximately 475 feet east of Spring Mill Drive near the city of Wentzville and the city of Flint Hill. This is located in Council District 1. Staff.
All right, if we could go to the maps. This property is located along Piney Road. A lot of this property along Piney has been incorporated into the city of Wentzville. This property is currently 2 acres. However, it has gone through a split due to an inheritance basically between a sister and a brother. They have split the property. He owns to the southeast, and his property is currently zoned agricultural. It's 1678 Piney, or is that right? Yes, or 1652 Piney. And they'd like to give 1.85 to this parcel, and the Bromleys would like to keep the 0.85 acres. With that, they are currently on sewer through the city of Wentzville. So staff did not find any reason that this should not go forward with rezoning. The land use plan does call for 1 to 4 units per acre in that area. And it's hard to anticipate, but in the future, this may all become the portion of the city of Wentzville. It is certainly in their growth area. So with that, staff is recommending approval of this rezoning application.
Were there any letters?
There were no letters.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Raise your right hand, please. Are you going to speak also?
No.
Oh, okay. Moral support. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Joyce Bromley, 1648 Bromley Lane, Wentzville, Missouri.
Okay, go ahead.
This was my parents' house. They passed away. We inherited it, and my brother and I have decided to split it. It was always zoned agricultural. They are telling me I have to zone it residential because there is a house on there.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Good job. Thank
you. We will now open the public hearing for application number RZ 19-07. Anyone here wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and bring this back to the commission for consideration.
Motion to approve RZ 19-07.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Clary, Mr. Leonard's not here. Mr. Kuhn, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
I vote yes. Application passes.
How about Mr. Brown?
Oh, Mr. Fromm, I'm sorry.
Yes.
How about Mr. Fromm? Okay, next on the agenda is a rezoning request, RZ 19-08. Applicant owners is Stephen L. Zahner Jr. and Aaron Zahner. Hopefully I'm getting that correct. Existing zoning is R1E, Single Family Residential District. Requested zoning is C2, General Commercial District. The 2030 Master Plan recommends mixed uses with commercial emphasis. The parcel size is 15,000 square feet. The location is on the northeast side of Technology Drive, approximately 400 feet northwest of Mears Farm Lane, adjacent to the city of Dardenne Prairie, located in Council District 2. Staff.
All right, on this application for rezoning, as you mentioned, it is currently zoned residential. The surrounding property is all within the city of Dardenne Prairie, and the staff has found that it is zoned improved commercial in that area. Next door, you'll see there is a used car lot. The property has not really been used as a residence for some time. It's been more used as a storage area or a location for an office. The applicant would like to bring this into compliance and be able to pass the property along. The area is not conducive to residential zoning. It is right next to 64. It is surrounded by other businesses, and staff did inquire as to why or whether or not the applicant would be interested in going into the city of Dardenne Prairie before we address the issue. And they are currently unincorporated. They would like to stay unincorporated while they can, and that is why they are asking. The city of Dardenne Prairie has sent in a letter of opposition. I believe that's more for development purposes. They would like to be able to see that they can control the development of the property. However, the surrounding properties are already commercial, so this would not be, it would not be in opposition to what the city would like to do. It would be putting it into a commercial phase. However, from there, the site would actually be restricted even in the county in terms of what they could do on the site. It's not that large of a parcel. It would probably stay more of an office type of area, and eventually, if they did need services, they may have to go into the city. So with that, staff is recommending approval of this rezoning application.
Any questions for staff?
I have one. What type of activities would, I'm trying to see it from Dardenne Prairie's standpoint, does our zoning allow activities that would not be allowed within their C3 retail commercial? What type of, what would our zoning allow them to do that C3 retail would not allow them to do within Dardenne?
I don't know that we've done an exact match on that. It would be comparable, the C2 zoning. This is a straight zoning. It's not anything with a conditional use, so it'd be anything that's already listed in the C2 zoning, and anything that would be in lighter commercial or office commercial. So even if you look next door, there was a used car lot, even that would require a conditional use in the county.
What does the applicant want to use the ground for?
There's, in a straight rezoning, they do not have to give us any concept plan. You would probably need to ask the applicant that.
Any other questions for staff? If not, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Applicant is not here. Okay. We will open the public hearing.
They gave up.
For application RZ 19-08. Anyone here wishing to speak regarding this public hearing? Regarding this application?
Let's hope it stays factual.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings and the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Arnie C. A.C. Dienoff, public advocate and resident. My mailing address is P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. This is a mixed balance, or we need to mix our balance of commercial and residential. At one point, this was residential, but now I-64 has been developed. This frontage road of Technology Drive from this east to O'Fallon and west to Lake St. Louis has become a business area. I could understand they want to stay unincorporated because changing into the municipality or annexing into the municipality will cost them $750 to $1,500 additional in taxes. I would ask that you rezone this to commercial and allow our community to thrive. We need to live not only on residential, but we have to live on commercial and have that even balance across our county. So I ask that you unanimously approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in this public hearing? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and bring this back to the commission for consideration.
Mike's wanting to say something.
Yes, sir.
Looking at Dardenne Prairie, zoning, they don't have an R3, these are with ours, so it goes from R1B to RN multifamily, with
still not dense as our R3. It's a 10,000 square foot per lot, per unit. So they don't really quite have the same comparable zoning districts.
So the existing zoning is not anything compared to what they have, right? And so the C2 is different than their C3, but we don't know for sure what that is? How much different it is?
They cite in their letter.
Yeah, I read that letter.
Right, they cite that it would be incompatible with the C3 zoning. But I kind of wonder, the existing zoning in the county, which is, excuse me, the existing zoning in the county, which is residential, that seems more incompatible with the surrounding commercial uses than what they're seeking, which is C2 district, which ought to be a lot more compatible with their C3, I would assume. So, but they didn't cite the specific reasons. They mentioned that they would like to see development in conformance with their comprehensive plan and municipal code, but didn't necessarily go into detail.
Sounds like it has more to do with not having a donut right in the middle, which I completely.
They want to annex that.
They want to annex it, and eliminating donuts within your municipality certainly makes sense. Our zoning, our annexation rules are really awkward, and it allows this to happen because they're going to be served by municipalities. When the snowplow comes down the road, they're not going to pick up the blade when they get to this site and then drop it again on the other side. So, you know, and again, you guys know I came from the city side of things, so they get the advantages of being in the city without having to pay the freight. You know.
So in terms of this specific property, I think it makes perfect sense that in terms of the use of properties around there and the highest best use and the way that the development is unfolding to rezone it to C2.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, Chair will entertain a motion to approve the rezoning request presented by application RZ 19-08.
So moved.
Mr. Kuhn.
Second.
Mr. Clary's a second. Mr. McDonald, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
No.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Leonard is not here. Mr. Fromm?
No.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, moving right along. Next on the agenda is conditional use permit request, CUP 19-02. The applicant is Nick Hargis. Property owner is Samantha L. Knight. Property zoning is A Agricultural District. Conditional use request is rural recreational activity for a pumpkin patch. The parcel size is 7.10 acres. It is, the locations on the south side of Highway N, approximately 300 feet west of Morgan Meadow Drive, adjacent to the city of Wentzville in Council District 2. Staff.
All right, the request is for a conditional use permit for a rural recreational activity. The definition of rural recreational activity in our zoning regulations is a permanent or seasonal commercial activity drawing clients or customers to a rural property, either for such recreational purposes as picking produce for purchase, pick your own apples, or pumpkin farms, for example, visiting pumpkin patches or corn mazes, or petting farms, or taking sleigh or hay wagon rides. So what's being proposed by the applicant pretty much fits that definition to a T, I think. I would state that the intention as expressed by the applicant is that it would be for 2 months each year. So in the fall, I think it's September and October, and it's for certain hours. When staff reviewed this, we noted, as you'll see in your staff report, that there are homes currently nearby, and it's also a growing area. So we had concern especially about the home that's the closest to the east, and that's about 60 feet away. When we wrote our staff report, we were thinking specifically in terms of land use impacts for neighbors. And to give you an example, this home that's about 60 feet away, they're showing a couple of bouncy houses, and we were with that understanding that there would be a generator used for the bouncy house. So again, we were concerned about noise. Having said that, in speaking to the applicant, he has approached his neighbors, including this one that we were most concerned about, and from what we understand, has letters of support from these neighbors for this use. And again, it's for 2 months out of the year. It's not all year long. In regard to land use impacts, one of our recommendations for, in this case, is that should you recommend approval, that we would recommend landscape buffers along the east and the west sides. And we had recommended what we call a type 3 buffer. That is, in hindsight, that's actually a fairly high standard because it's what you would normally see between industrial and residential. It includes like a 20-foot landscape buffer and then plus a fence. So that's actually higher than you would normally see for commercial and residential. So you may want to think about whether that's the appropriate level of landscape buffer, or if a landscape buffer is just necessary along just behind the house, or how that should be configured. But if you have any questions for county staff, we'll be happy to entertain those.
Questions for staff?
How much parking would he be required to have?
We haven't done parking calculations at this time. We see that they'd have, we think, plenty of room in order to accommodate cars that they would need. They have not installed a parking lot as of yet. They're waiting to see whether or not they could get a positive recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission or approval from council.
In this area, I'm sorry, in this area, would it be okay to have a gravel lot, or would it be required to be paved?
We take requests for gravel lots on a case-by-case basis, and we take into consideration how close homes are. What we have done in the past is, if there's a request for a gravel lot, we look to see what the dust control measures are proposed by the applicant. So for instance, calcium chloride can be applied to control dust. Normally, if we get complaints about dust, then we'll fall back on the site plan and the note on the site plan saying that they're going to use calcium chloride or whatever means they're proposing. We'll give them a call and we'll say we've received complaints about dust, and we'll ask them to apply their measures that they've proposed in their site plan, or that they have approved in their site plan. So in answer to your question, I think we're open to your recommendation, but ultimately it'll be a decision of the Planning and Zoning Division Director on whether or not to allow what the ordinance calls an alternative dust-free service.
I guess I'm concerned the same thing that you expressed earlier. The distance to that closest house is pretty short, and you know, September can be you know, August and September can be very dry, and I'd be concerned about the amount of dust that could be kicked up during that time, that close to a house. But I'll wait and hear from the applicant.
Any other questions for staff? Were there any letters?
This one.
We received, let me make sure I get this right, one letter of concern.
You've received letters of support, right?
And you have before you emails or letters of support, and I haven't had a chance to read those or see how many of those are. So you can tell us how many you're finding there.
Okay, the applicant want to come forward? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Nick Hargis. I live at 638 West Highway Inn in Wentzville, 63385.
Okay, go ahead, Nick.
So the house is actually, it's under my wife's name. It's kind of a long story there. Going to get it switched over into both of our names before all this happened. It didn't happen, so that's why it's in Samantha Knight, and her last name is hyphenated to a previous marriage that her husband was deceased, so she That's the reason behind the two different last names. So I didn't want the council thinking that this is somebody coming onto the property trying to start a business on another person's property. So with that being said, when we applied for this, so it's kind of a unique piece of property in St. Charles. I don't know if you have, is there any way you could pull up the Google map or the picture that we were looking at earlier?
Yes,
for me.
I have a photograph up, if you could.
Okay, so the,
No, I know, 6:40.
We're getting there.
That'll work.
I've got it on my computer.
Oh, sorry, Ian.
Bring up the packet, it just has it right in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the packet open here.
What's the,
There's one of the pictures in it that has that long.
638.
6:30?
Yeah,
West Highway.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go. So our property is kind of the long property where the blue dot is. So it's kind of a unique piece of property because everything behind us and to the west of us is all, there's no subdivisions. It's all pretty much agricultural, which is what we are right now, is agricultural. So we actually, I know they had said on, it's a minor detail, but from what you guys were told, we had like 7 point something. We actually own 8.5 acres. We leased the ground to the west of us where the larger lake is, and then further to the left of that, or to the west of that, those two fields there is actually where we grow our pumpkins now, and that's a 30-acre parcel that we lease right now to grow our pumpkins and have our hay rides and stuff like that on. This is something that we kind of kicked around for a little bit now. Last year we tried it out with just gatherings and stuff like that, and everything went very well. Looking into starting the pumpkin patch, we come across a few hurdles that as far as traffic issues and things like that. We've addressed, I think, pretty much all of those. In the packet that I think everybody was handed, we've reached out to Paul Graham. He is the senior traffic specialist in St. Charles County for MoDOT. He has given us the okay to widen the approach at our driveway from what it is now to 55 feet wide, which is allowing entrance and exit of vehicles without having to stop for very minimal time on highway end to entrance the property. As far as parking, at the southern portion of the property, it's kind of the tan area behind the 638. It's hard to see now because it looks like a wooded area. That's actually not a wooded, it's woods, but that area is open. That area is, so that area alone is 29,000 square foot. It's all flat right now, and we have the availability to rock it. However, that is close to $10,000 to rock that area. I really didn't want to do that if things didn't go, according to plan. Same with the approach, the entrance into the driveway. There's a picture that was in the council's paperwork where I had put fill. I think it's the next picture. Yeah. So this picture here, I put fill in and I rolled that in right now. The next step is extending the culvert and rocking that section in and then moving. If you see the concrete block there to the far right, there will be another one added just past the sign. So that middle one will then turn into our, those are all going to get stoned and blocked as well to match the house. And I have pictures of this I'll show you here shortly. So that will match, there will be 3 of them. One will be an entrance, one will be an exit. This allowing, there's no issues with traffic whatsoever as far as what way to go. This to be, you guys, you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, grab the mic right there on the stand. You may have to turn it on.
Just test it.
Test.
We're good.
Okay, so this is the residence in 2012 when we purchased it. This is what the front of the residence looked like. This is, just a little bit better picture here. This is in 2012. This is just the front of the residence. 3 3 years ago when we started to fix the property up. It was very run down. There was a lot of issues with the neighbors and such. This is when we started to redo the actual property. This is the property now from a further out view. To the left over here is the fenced area that I believe you all have the map of kind of what we want to do. That's kind of where that would be held. The majority of the events are to the back side of the property. So the impact on the neighbors in the front of the property is minimal to what we believe. This picture here is of where the parking area is. As you can see, this is all flattened off and just waiting to be gravelled, basically. These boulders, as shown on the plan, the boulders are where they're approximately 3 by 3, 4 by 4, maybe when I say that it's in feet. These will be lined along the gravel, not allowing anybody to turn into and not a designated parking area. This is more of the parking area where we would start the gravel. These being the boulders where we'd line the parking lot as well as the walking area. Let's see here. So this is the approach, a picture of the approach that which you've already seen, where we're talking about widening. We've already started widening the driveway. Again, I don't want to haul in more rock until need be and actually extend this culvert. However, this entrance or the approach will be as wide, if not a little bit wider, than the approach going into the subdivision that's across Highway N. So this is kind of the plan here going in to our property from Highway N. This is where we'd widen the approach. This is the drive going in would be 24 foot wide. Going back to the parking area, boulders would be lined in between the residence and the shed or pole barn, which would be turned in. This back half would be the shop. That's already designated to be the shop. The shed right now, it's slotted for August 1st to get a facelift. All the metal's coming off. That's the last part of our rehab from this house. And it's going to be resided with new metal matching the existing house. So all we're doing is trying to upgrade the property and basically get it to where we'd like to have it. The front section of the property, the fenced-in area, where you're designated for a little kids train ride area, which I have when I say train, I mentioned to Mr. Myers, it's not really a train. I don't know if you've ever seen the little carts that are pulled behind the little four-wheeler, so that's that area. The bounce houses, I know there was some question with the neighboring property that was too close to their residence. If you look in your packet, past the first one, which was MoDOT, giving us the okay. The next one is Woodbridge Creek. This one is, Woodbridge Creek is one of the neighboring properties that is in the area of, okay, so number 2 Woodbridge is the next email. They're very supportive and they want to see it happen. The next email, copy of the email is from the Berg family. They are actually lot 1 of Woodbridge, which is would be directly behind where the parking lot is, or parking lot area would be. So they are the ones that out of all the neighbors they're the only ones that would be able to see the parking area. Per their email, they're very on board. Going back to the issue of dust control or anything like that, I'm not against getting, they call it a little water buffalo, and you put it on a little trailer and it's got, and you can water down the drive to keep the dust down. If that's something that I need to do, if there's complaints or whatever, we'll do that. Let's see here. So with that being said, the neighbors, obviously the ones to the west of us, the Adams family, they're the ones where we grow the pumpkins on. So that's pretty much all the surrounding neighbors. 732 and 794 West Highway Inn there, they were out of town and forgot that tonight was the meeting, so they hurry up and shot me a text messaging saying, hey, we're on board. I couldn't print that off to show you. They are on board. I didn't realize how much of an impact this was going to have after I seen the letter that the county had sent me with the individuals that they were going to send a letter to. So with that being said, I tried to do as much due diligence as possible, and we took a little field trip and walked the subdivision across the street from us, which is West Hampton Woods. And we waited until later in the day and just knocked on a few doors. It was around 4:30, 5 o'clock. Knocked on a few doors, whoever was home. All those, everybody was in support of it. We had one person that questioned the traffic. Once I explained what I was going to do with the approach as far as widening it into the driveway, they were fine with it. I can give all that to the Mr. Myers here with highlighted individuals that are for it. Other than that, I believe that is about it. I will bring up the parking. Like I said, it's roughly 29,000 square foot area that is dirt right now that we will gravel. So with that being marked out, as far as leaving a 9x18 parking area, I think that's kind of what standard is. I do concrete construction. I'm a riding boss for a concrete company, so we kind of deal with parking lots a lot. Typically, we see a 9x18 parking stall. So in mapping out the parking area in a 9x18 parking stall with giving it a 20-foot drive lane to get in and out of the parking areas and exit the parking lot, we roughly ended up with 72 parking stalls. So with that being said, with 72 parking stalls, we figured kind of where we got our numbers were with say a family of 4 comes. That's 288 people. So that's not too far off from what we figured roughly at one time would be 250 people at the property. I did list on the application that we don't grow pumpkins on our own ground. We lease the ground next to us, so that's why it's not on there. This being said, we also would outsource buying pumpkins because obviously that's if something happens on that parcel where we plant pumpkins, something happens, we don't end up with a good crop, we have to outsource as far as buying pumpkins. So some would be brought in. I believe hours of operation, we slotted Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. This just dedicating for schools. If we outreach to any of the schools in the neighborhood, my children go to Wentzville, Boone Trail Elementary. So if we reach out to any of the schools in the neighborhood, it's going to have to be during the week. So we slotted for Wednesdays, that being set aside for schools. And hours of operation again would be from 9 to 6 p.m. Fridays from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. and then Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So with hours of operation, the neighbors are in agreement. I didn't want to do something too early. If they sleep in, they work nights. Matt's wife works nights, who's directly across from us. She says 10 o'clock's great for me. I didn't want to start at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock. I'm trying to be the best neighbor I can be, but still, operate a pumpkin patch. Let's see here.
So Nick,
yes,
it's not one of the conditions that we have right now.
I'm sorry.
The times, the days.
That's from what I understand right now. That's not an issue.
Would you be fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And then let's see. We are working right now with the Department of Public Health in reference to being able to sell hamburgers, hot dogs, bratwurst, that kind of thing. Let's see here. The animals, there's mention of petting zoo. There's no animals, and the neighbors know this. There's no animals that are kept on the property except for one pony, a few chickens, and a turkey. Everything else is going to be brought in. My family is from Hillsboro. They have a couple little goats that we are bringing up, and that's the animals brought in from the petting zoo. So as far as smell or anything like that, that's not anybody's concern. let's see here. I try to just, this is the first time for me, so I try to just hit all the points that
You're doing really well. But,
thank you. I'll try to make it short and sweet because you guys have been through a lot. So, as far as advertisement, I think that was one of the other issues. We're not reaching out to Chesterfield or St. Louis or anything out. We're literally going to put up 2 signs, one at N&Z Mobile and one at Interstate and Wilmer Road. This isn't something, like I said, I have a full-time job, my wife has a full-time job. This isn't something for us to make a bunch of money at. This is something for us to, like I said, number one, we lease the property next to us. Eventually, we would like to buy it. They know that. We've worked in it. We just haven't come to an agreement yet. To be honest with you, I'm doing this because I don't want, what we have is kind of unique. I don't want, if I can buy that piece of property and continue, you know, a little business on it, that's just better for me. You know, I don't want a bunch of houses. I hate to say a development next to me because you guys have been through a lot, but I don't want a big development next to me, and that's kind of why I'm doing this. So let's see here. I think that's it. That's all I've really got for you. Sorry, my wife's just coming back in the room now. She had to leave. We have a bunch of baby bulldog puppies, and they have to be fed every 3 hours. So the bluffs kind of run us over our 3-hour limit. But
Any questions for the applicant?
No, it seems very thorough.
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll now open the public hearing for CUP 19-02. Anyone here wishing to speak?
Is this yours?
Yes.
Great point.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Arnie.
Oh, go ahead, Arnie.
My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, public advocate and resident. My mailing address, P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. This is one of the best plans I think I've ever seen from a caring property owner who really cares about his neighborhood and his community. It was well thought out plan, well crafted, and I give kudos to the gentleman behind me. I am in full support of this. We need more businesses like this that attracts families and provide sense of community. And I have no issues with the parking lot. I do have one concern with the property that's close proximity. I would agree with the staff recommendation of a type 3 buffer and 20-foot setback, but I do disagree with the fence requirement. I think in this case, in this setting, the fence would deter from the landscape and the beauty of the property. But I think you need to protect that home in case there's a sale in the future. It may be 5 years, 10, 15, but it's a well-crafted project, and I ask unanimous approval of this project. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in this public hearing? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Douglas Blaylock at 109 Woodspur Drive, Wentzville, Missouri.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we saw this circulating through Facebook a little bit in the neighborhoods and stuff. I'm in, he's across from West Hampton. I'm in East Hampton, so I'm down Wilmer, but close proximity. As for the animals and stuff, I don't think it's a big concern. We all live out in the country, kind of, so we're kind of used to that stuff. So the major concern I think some of the neighbors have just had was the traffic concern, especially now with the concern with N and some of the traffic studies that are going on with N, and I think N's going to actually not be where it is anymore. It's going to go down at Z and go to Hepperman, I think, sort of quasi right now. So the only concern from the neighbors is just the traffic. So we just want some consideration from the commission, just, you know, that we're not just, you know, bringing in tons and dumping tons of traffic into the space. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Are you both going to speak?
Yes.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes. Yes.
Please state your names and addresses for the record.
Matt Fogarty, 31 West Hampton Bridge Court, Wentzville, Missouri, 63385.
Jeff Brooks, 20 Hampton Lane Court, Winslow, Missouri, 63385.
Okay, go ahead.
So also we have Ed with us tonight. He's sitting down. I'm going to, if I try pronouncing Ed's last name right now, I'll probably botch it. We're the trustees of West Hampton Woods. So we're here tonight. We don't have a lot of information on this. Our input from the neighbors were not positive, but that doesn't mean we want to be negative on the project. There are issues that we know about, and I'm sure the applicant knows about in relationship to the traffic. There is a huge sight distance issue, even from our subdivision. If you're looking west, leaving our subdivision, you have a huge problem. If you pull up the topography map on the GIS, you can tell there's this big drop off through there. So everything I've heard so far sounds a lot better than what the information we initially had was. I mean, if they're working through MoDOT, that's the important thing, but it was MoDOT requiring a site distance study or anything like that.
How far down are you guys from this subdivision, your subdivision?
Our entrance is right there.
Okay.
Yeah. And even we have issues pulling out of our subdivision with the traffic coming over that hill.
And how many homes do you have?
113.
Oh, wow.
So you can see those are the 20-foot counters, right? Or is that so there's 60 foot of grade change going through there. So you get over that hill, you can't see anything. And there's trees on both sides. And we've had to ask MoDOT every year to clear them out. This year they haven't done it. Last year they did. So there's just, right now really it's coming down to the traffic, and then the neighbors along the front that Ed spoke with, because Ed does live on that front street, they had concerns about, is there going to be beer, noise, et cetera, associated with that, live bands. That was the other aspects that they were concerned by, but by any means, we don't want to sit here and say, no, we just don't want something. That's not the proper thing to do as a neighbor. The main issue is can these be mitigated properly? But in the end, that's your guys' call. So, but that was the concerns that we've gotten as a consensus from the subdivision so far.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Ed Tokrax, 108 Catherine's Cove, Winslow, Missouri, 63385.
Go ahead.
The only thing about like Highway N, that's 55 miles an hour, 2-lane highway with no shoulder. So the concern is with the limited sight distance, if we get a school bus pulling out of a driveway onto Highway N, and I don't know, is anybody familiar with that section of Highway N where the rock trucks are? And, when they come barreling down that hill, they can't stop. So I mean, as my cohorts mentioned, pulling out of our subdivision is somewhat of a challenge. And then they're like 300 feet further up the hill than where we are. So that's it's a great idea. I mean, I love pumpkin patches. I mean, they're really good. But the concern is that Highway N with no shoulder and a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit and limited sight, that to me is a concern. Because I would certainly hate to see a small disaster or any disaster happen at that point. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, we will close the public hearing. Applicant want to come back? You can. Any questions for the applicant?
I guess just the issues about the topography and sight distances. What kind of feedback have you gotten from the highway? You said you did talk with the St. Charles?
MoDOT. I talked with Paul Graham. He's the senior traffic specialist with St. Charles County at MoDOT. And his exact email, which I can read it. As discussed earlier, your request to widen your existing driveway is approved. Without a MoDOT permit, we will not require a permit to widen your access as it has little or no impact to our system. So when I spoke to him on the phone and I told him how many people that we had, he didn't seem concerned with it. He was very familiar with the area. He lives in the area. He didn't see any concern with it. We don't see any concern with it otherwise, other than recognizing that we need to, I would hate to be the cause of an accident or something on Highway N. That's not what we're trying to do. So therefore, we looked into widening it and making it very easy for someone who is on Highway N to either enter or exit our property. So that, that's, other than doing a commercial entrance, I really don't know what else. We tried to take every approach that we could on that aspect.
Thank you.
Do you expect most of your customers to be there in the sort of local area?
Correct. As the other gentleman stated, there's West Hampton Woods, that's just directly across from us. There's roughly 170-something houses in there. On Wilmer Road, there's East Hampton Woods, and there's a little less houses in there, but not too many. Then across the street, there's another large subdivision. And then on Highway Z, going towards 70, there is a larger subdivision. If you're familiar with that area on Highway Z, there's several subdivisions down through there. That's why I'm saying we don't, as far as advertisement or whatever, we don't really need to advertise. We'll put up a few signs in Z, one at Interstate in Wilmer, and word of mouth, basically. Like I said, this is not something that we're trying to get rich off of or anything like that. This is something that we're simply trying to do for the surrounding community, just something fun for the kids.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll bring this back to the commission for consideration.
First off, I do have to compliment them. They've got the best behaved kids that I've ever seen.
Thank you.
I think I got more antsy in the last 3.5 hours than they did, so nicely done.
Any other?
I think it's a positive thing for the community. It will only be in operation 2 months?
Correct.
2 months of the year?
I apologize. So I did not specify on the time of operation. So we applied for permits from September 1st to the end of October 31st. We really would only be in business from September 14th through October 31st. The reason we did September 1st to the end of October, it gives us a little bit of leeway as far as if we have to shift a week in one way or another. But our main goal is from September 14th to the end of October.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve CUP 19-02. You want to add Mr. Fromm would like to add a condition?
Yeah, I want to follow his hours of operations that he says he has, that it be a condition so that he can't work any other hours of operations.
So
we're going to follow what he really wants. So I'd like that to be condition 7, and that's in his applicant request of September 1st through October 31st every year. He proposing operations from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Wednesdays, 2 p.m. to 6 on Fridays, and 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay. So Chair will entertain a motion to approve CUP-1902, which will contain the conditions proposed by staff and condition 7, which outlines the dates and hours of operation.
So moved.
Mr. Chairman?
Second.
May I ask a question, please? Do you want to consider whether or not the fence should be included in the buffer?
Do we have a buffer that's a requirement for buffer that does not include the fence?
Yes.
And it's about 15 feet.
Type
20
2.
feet seems excessive to me.
Yeah, type 2 instead of type 3.
Let's do.
Norwegian spruces, that's what we want. That's an inside joke. That's an inside joke.
Don't Gary.
And I believe they're actually Norway spruces.
Norway.
I've done my homework. So I actually think they're Norway spruces. And I would recommend the 4-foot tall ones, just because when you go to transplant them, they're easier. And that was, like I said, I've done a lot of research and homework with this. I spoke with Mr. Keevan, with Jerry Keevan. He just had to kind of do the same thing, similar, and that's what, they had very good luck with them. And I think that they're probably the easiest. The only concern that we had with doing something like that is there's a fence there now. That area, as you can see, it does slope down towards that neighboring house. We've had a lot of sycamore trees, hence Sycamore Farms, that have died along that fence road. And apparently it's because of some other reason other than the water, because I think they like wet conditions. But we've had a lot of trees die along that fence row, and they keep damaging the fence, so and falling in the neighbor's yard. That was one of the issues that he was concerned with, was if they make us put up trees or something like that. He says, well, what if they get too big and they fall over in your yard or fall on the fence, or trees from my property fall on yours. So he had recommended not doing any buffer on his side if it was because of his property, but I mean, that's your guys' call, so. Thank you.
I have an opinion.
Yeah. So, Robert, if we left it a type 3 vegetated buffer,
Right.
does that provide for spruce trees?
Well, a type 3 buffer is a minimum of 20 feet wide and includes alternating coniferous trees and large deciduous trees at about 25 feet apart. A type 2 buffer and a fence, at least 6 feet high. Or you can substitute a berm for the fence. That's what's typically required between industrial and residential. In hindsight, we probably should have recommended a type 2 buffer, which would have been 15 feet wide with interspersed coniferous and deciduous trees, no fence. I mean, that might have been better. Now, we do count existing trees in that. We don't require that people necessarily plant all the trees, but if they will preserve a 15-foot wide strip with existing vegetation, that's good.
Okay.
What do you think, type 2, or nothing?
I guess I got one other thing, and I failed to mention this. If it does come down to a buffer, that gentleman, he is having water issues at, his basement floods all the time, is what he was saying to me. And he asked if we do have to do a buffer, and I am good with this, and he would like it to be on the edge of both of our properties, and it be a berm, and that helping him with his water issue. So the water would then hit that berm and go into the creek instead of going all the way up to his house.
Yeah, type 2 provides for a berm, correct?
Yeah.
Well, a type 3 buffer, you could substitute. There's nothing saying you can't build a berm and have the landscaping too. That's possible.
Okay.
But with the type 3 buffer, which is the industrial, you could do a fence or a berm plus landscaping.
Want to do a 2 or a 3?
I think a 2, but I don't see any purpose to have a fence there. The neighbor doesn't say he wants anything at all. We got planned for the future also. And it might be somebody different there later, so. I would say a type 2 is fine.
Okay.
So you want to amend 5 to
I'll
type
amend
2?
to
5 to 2.
5 to 2.
So condition 5 would be a type 2 buffer per the Unified Development Ordinance, and condition 7 will be the hours of operation.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. So I think you had a motion and a second with the one condition. So the new, adding the condition would be a motion to amend, which would need a second and a vote on the motion to amend.
How about if we just withdraw everything and start over?
Yeah.
I think
That's another option.
Yeah.
I withdraw my motion.
I withdraw too.
Okay, we're starting over. It's late. Okay.
Understood.
A little baddie.
So, Chair will entertain a motion for CUP 19-02 with the conditions presented by the staff, with the exception that condition 5 will be a type 2 buffer, vegetated buffer, And condition 7 will outline the hours of operation as presented in the applicant's request, which is September 1st to October 31st. The days of operation, the hours of operations are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Wednesdays, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Fridays, and 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays.
Well said, and so moved.
Second.
Second, Mr. Klinghammer. Ms. Sally, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We got that.
Oh, let's see. Next is a preliminary plat for Forestdale Manors, applications PRE 19-07. Owner developer is Zatera Development LLC. Property surveyor is Musler Engineering Company. Property zoning is agricultural district, 5 acre minimum lot size. Proposed lots are 6. Parcel size is 36.56 acres. The location is on the north side of Forestdale Road, across from Forestdale Ridge Court, located in Council District 2. Staff.
This is a 6-lot subdivision. No zoning changes necessary. It's at the far west end of the county. They are going to have minimum of 5 acres per lot. Staff is recommending approval with just a couple of comments. One is, I believe the applicant will be adding a natural water course to this plat, and that will be maintained by individual property owners as is allowed by the ordinance.
Any questions for staff? If not, I have the applicant come forward. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address
My
for the
name is
record.
Richard Musler, M-U-S-L-E-R. I'm an engineer with Musler Engineering, 32 Port West Court, City of St. Charles.
Go ahead, Richard.
Okay, I'll make very brief comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Jan told you where it is. Property is 36.56 acres in size, and it is in the A agricultural district. We'd like to create 6 single-family residential lots. They'll run from 5 to 7 acres. The average is 5.86 acres. Please note we have one entrance. That is for Rodeo Manors Court. You may have thought it was Rodeo Manors, but it's not. It's Rodeo Manors. We have a line net opposite Forestdale Ridge Court, and it's at about the midpoint of our property. We have checked the site distance both left and right, and that is more than adequate both ways. The plan is to do minimal grading, do minimal clearing on this project before the lots are offered for sale, just enough to get our road in so that we could leave each lot in more or less its pre-developed condition. And at this size, they'll have plenty of room to pick out their home sites. Mr. Dennis Kaiser and his wife Dawn are here with me. They are Zatara Development. If you had questions that I could not answer, Dennis and our Dawn will try to answer them, but I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Does the cul-de-sac meet county standards?
Yes, sir.
Street surface and utilities to the property.
This property will be have a septic tank as their means of sanitary disposal.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have private wells as their means of potable water.
Right.
I'm sorry, what was your other question?
And just
Kevin?
the surface, street surface.
Entrance will be concrete off of Forestdale Road, but then immediately after the entrance, it'll be an aggregate road.
Okay.
I'm going to go, hey, Rich, I'm going to go asphalt. I'm going to asphalt.
It might be asphalt.
Okay.
Any other questions of the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
We'll open the public hearing for PRE 19-07. Anyone here wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes. My name is Arnie C., AC Dinoff, Public Advocate and Resident, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. I'm a supporter of this development in the A Agricultural District. Just to be real brief, this is responsible growth and there's no density issue. I ask for unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the commission for consideration. Anyone have any questions?
Motion for approval as presented.
Seconded.
Motion. Mr. Clary's the second. Mr. Fromm, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
I vote yes. Okay. Next on the agenda is preliminary plat for Finn Acres, Dyer Road. The application number is PRE 19-08. Owner developer is Candy R. McMenemy and Michael B. McMenemy. Investment Trust, Bax Engineering Company is the property surveyor. The property zoning is A Agricultural District, 5-acre minimum lot size. The proposed lots are 6. Parcel size is 31.601 acres of a 114.16 acre tract of land. On the location is on the southeast side of Dyer Road, approximately 4,400 feet southwest of Highway 79, near the city of St. Paul, located in Council District 1. Staff.
All right, in case this concept looks familiar, this is 6 lots with a minimum of 5 acres. No zoning change, it will remain agricultural. There are still just a couple of comments left for the applicant to address. Otherwise, staff is recommending approval of this preliminary plat.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Dale Bax. I'm with Bax Engineering at 221 Point West Boulevard, St. Charles, Missouri 63301.
Go ahead.
As it's been said, this is cut out of a larger tract of ground. It's 31.6 acres, currently zoned agricultural. The client would like to subdivide this into 6 single-family home lots, 5 acres and larger. We'll be creating a private road built to public standards. It will have a concrete entrance and an aggregate base after that. The court is built to public standards, just so you know that. We do meet site distance. We're preserving all the trees on the site, and we're preserving all the natural water courses and waterways on this particular site. With that being said, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have for me this evening.
Anyone have any questions of the applicant?
Utilities to the site.
Utilities to the site, we're in a very rural area. We'll have electric provided. We will be doing septic systems and wells on all 6 lots. No sanitary sewer is available or water.
You say each individual of a well or will it be a community well?
No, each individual lot will have a well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. We will open the public hearing for PRE 19-08. Anyone wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes. My name is Arnie C., AC Dinoff, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. Just to be real brief, again, this is the exact same plot layout that we saw in the last application. This is responsible growth. Density is not an issue, and I ask unanimous approval.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in this public hearing? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing for PRE 19-08 and bring this back to the commission for consideration.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Second, and Mr. Kuhn made the motion. Mr. McDonald, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. Next is private road dedication plat located east of Highway T. Application number PRE 19-09, the owner developers Interstate Drive LLC. Property surveyor is the Premier Design Group. Property zoning A agricultural district, 5-acre minimum lot size. The location is the east side of Highway T, approximately 2,350 feet north of Westwood Trail, located in Council District 2. Staff. Yeah. Oh, that's the one.
Yes.
Okay, my mistake, I forgot. Applicant has requested that this be continued to the August meeting. Is there a motion to continue?
So moved.
Pardon?
Did we do that? I don't remember, it's so long ago.
What's that?
Was that yesterday? Okay.
Yeah. So, motion to continue, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, sign aye.
Aye.
Okay, now, continued items. Preliminary plat for re-subdivision of Lot 12 of Valley Acres, located at 1351 Valley Lane. The application number is PRE 19-05. Owner developers is Daniel Lauders, Sidney Cupra, and Audrey Bryant. Property surveyors Landmark Surveying Company. Existing zoning is R1 Single Family Residential District, 1-acre minimum lot size. Requested zoning is R1C Single Family Residential District, 15,000 square feet lot size. Proposed lots are 2. The parcel size is .90 acres. The location is on the east side of Valley Lane, approximately 900 feet north of Highway N, adjacent to the city of Cottleville and Council District 3. Is there a motion to bring this continued item to the floor?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, sign aye.
Aye.
Okay. Staff.
All right, if you do remember last month, you did vote to recommend approval of this rezoning. This was originally R1A zoning. They'd like to split this lot. The plat wasn't quite ready last month, so you continued it until this month. It is ready now. They do have a vegetated buffer on this plat. Since it is just 2 homeowners, they will be asking for a variance to not put this in a common ground. And again, this is a residential zone property. Well, not quite. Hopefully at the end of this month, it will be. It's still currently in council. If council does vote to approve that rezoning, this plat would be zone residential, and they typically are required by the ordinance to put that in common ground, the vegetated buffer. Since it's just 2 lots, it doesn't make sense to put it in a common ground that only 2 lot owners are going to maintain, since they already are the only ones dealing with it. So they will be asking for a variance for that. So this would be a recommendation for approval with the variance, again, a package deal to go to county council. So this would have to go on to county council. Staff is recommending approval of this plat with the variance.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, will applicant come forward? Last but not least. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings with the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Sidney Krupa, 1354 Valley Lane, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304.
Go ahead.
So pretty much what Ms. Marr said, she pretty much summed it all up.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? Okay.
Just out of curiosity, if I found a slight issue with the middle lot line, if we ended up having to move it over a couple feet, would that bring us back to another meeting? Or I think Landmark just put in the middle. They should have made the lot a little bit bigger.
Well, as long as it meets, there's two options on this. As long as it meets the minimum lot width and all of the other requirements for that zoning. Again, it's subject to rezoning approval through council. That's one option. The other option is after it's all done, they could just boundary adjust and move the line.
Thank you.
You don't want to come back and visit us again? Really?
The first time when it was like an hour was great. 4 hours, a little much.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll open the public hearing for PRE 19-05. Anyone wishing to speak? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings and the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes. Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, Public Advocate and Resident, P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. This is pretty simple, cut and dry, no density issues. It goes in spirit of the neighborhood. I ask that you grant the variance. It makes no sense for the two property owners to maintain a common ground and go through that expense. I ask for unanimous approval.
I think we figured that out on our own.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing for PRE 19-05.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Fromm made the motion, Mr. Klinghammer made the second. Ms. Sally, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Klinghammer?
Yes.
I vote yes. Okay. The next thing on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the June 19th, 2019 meeting.
Motion for approval is submitted.
And is there a second?
Second.
This motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, sign aye. Aye. Staff, is there any other business? That's a good answer, Robert. Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, sign aye.
Aye.
We're out of here.
Hallelujah.